The ship hums like a held breath, air scrubbers whispering, coolant lines ticking as they flex, a faraway throb from the reactor that you feel more than hear. Light runs in a clean ribbon across the spine corridor, dimmed to ship night to trick circadian clocks, and it paints the metal with a faint sea glass sheen. Kieran Holt keeps a fingertip on the edge of his console the way a guitarist anchors on a string. It's something to do. The comms array offers him a cathedral of nothing. Bands of static like snowdrifts, carrier waves laid out in a neat graveyard of flats, a few housekeeping pings bouncing off the Artemis's own hull and coming home obediently. He scrolls anyway, half out of discipline, half out of superstition. The soft chair squeaks each time he leans forward. It feels too loud in the hush. "Anything that isn't us?" Jonah Mirek asks from the open panel under the forward display. He's on his back with a headlamp cutting a bright coin in the dark cavity, a cable tied off in a knot that would make a sailor proud. "Just the universe," Kieran says. It says hi. "Tell it to file a ticket," Jonah mutters, tapping the side of the panel as if scolding a stubborn mule. 3 taps. The display hiccups. A thin line of readouts snaps into alignment. There. Your left monitor was living on a prayer. "I thought we retired prayers," Kieran says, and gives the screen a fond pat. Lines of numbers drift in calm procession. "Captain on deck." Imani Reyes steps through the iris door without ceremony. No dramatics, just that measured stride like she's walking the ship's length in her head while her body handles the local distance. She's got a mug clipped to her belt and the sharp, awake look of someone who sleeps like a coiled spring. "At ease," she says, because someone has to. It relaxes exactly no one. Jonah slides out and gets to his feet with a grunt. "Your comms boy's keeping the emptiness company." "Good." "Emptiness gets lonely," Reyes says. She's joking, and she isn't. "Status." Kieran flicks the board into a tidy single-page briefing. "Array nominal. No external transmissions. We're still picking up the buoy chain we laid last month. Clean echoes. Telemetry steady. External thermal is boring. Internal chatter limited to the usual. Maintenance pings, medical inventory sync, agri-deck humidity complaint." "Again?" Reyes asks. "Again," Jonah says, deadpan. "Plants want weather. We gave them plumbing. They're insulted." Reyes signs off on the complaint with a thumbprint and tosses the file to Jonah's tablet. "Give them a storm. 2 minutes of rain noise through the ducts if that's what it takes." "Copy," Jonah says, and the way he says it, mocking and affectionate, turns the captain's order into a private ritual. Make big problems small. Make small problems disappear. The iris opens again, and Lieutenant Mara Chen's presence knocks the temperature down a degree. She's in uniform even when there's no point. Crisp lines, boots polished enough to throw back the overhead glow. Her hair is braided and pinned with the exactness of a weapons rack. She checks the room as if someone might have changed it while she was in the lift. "Captain," Chen says. "Lieutenant," Reyes returns. "Walkthrough done?" "Decks 2 through 5. Minor violation on 4. Leisure Hub running an unauthorized chat server." I shut it down. She doesn't look at Kieran when she says it, but he feels the glancing blow anyway. "Of course you did," Jonah says under his breath. Dr. Ayla Noor arrives with the soft bustle of a coat that isn't there. She always looks like she should be carrying a shawl, a habit carried over from Earth clinics that never made it onto the Artemis. She holds a tray with 4 sealed nutrient bars and sets it on the edge of Kieran's console like an altar offering. "You're all pretending you ate," she says. "You didn't." I chewed on a screwdriver. Jonah says. Very filling. Scurvy's a charming vintage disease, Noor says. Let's not bring it back. Varga drifts in last. Not late so much as untethered. He has that thin, luminous look of a man who forgets meals until his body files a formal complaint. A stylus is parked behind one ear. One pocket of his jumpsuit is bursting with printouts no one asked for. He nods to Reyes, then immediately tilts his head toward Kieran's main display, pupils dilating a fraction like a cat spotting a shimmer. Nothing for you today, Doctor, Kieran says, a little too quickly. Unless you're here to analyze the poetry of static. Static is just a language we haven't learned to love yet, Varga says, which is either profound or irresponsible. Any stochastic spikes? Minimal. Kieran hesitates long enough to annoy himself and adds, because he wants Varga to look impressed. I did a long pass sweep on L-band to see if the buoy chain was throwing back any phase drift. Clean. Varga says, and the sound contains praise without wasting time on it. He hands Kieran a thin, metal-warm rectangle. Run my filter suite when you're bored. When? Chen says flatly. Reyes lets their rhythms braid without cutting them. This is what the ship sounds like when it's healthy. Tiny frictions, familiar tunes. We've got 8 hours until the course correction burn, she says. I want eyes on nav and comms in case the maneuver throws our sensors a tantrum. Kieran nods. I'll dance with them. Careful, Noor says, unwrapping a nutrient bar and pressing it into his palm. They lead. Jonah wipes his hands and reclips a panel, sealing it with a palm-flat thump. The sound is satisfying, a lid on a jar. Engineering's fine. For the next 10 minutes at least. Optimism looks strange on you, Reyes says. It itches. Chen takes a slow turn around the comms deck, glancing into the corners where dust cannot exist and still somehow does. Crew rotation? She asks. Bridge stays as is, Reyes says. We'll swap after the burn. Understood. Noor leans a hip against the console near Kieran, lowering her voice without quite making it a secret. How are you sleeping? Like a condemned man, Kieran says, then winces at his own melodrama. Fine. Mostly. Dreams about elevators, endless elevators. You? Rooms that keep becoming other rooms, Noor says lightly, as if discussing weather. It's the ship's way of reminding us it's all corridors and no horizon. Take breaks. I do. He lies. Varga, already half in orbit around his own thoughts, taps the glass of the main display with the back of a knuckle. Not enough to leave a smudge. I'll be downstairs in analysis, he tells Reyes without looking. If anything odd so much as blinks, I want to see it before it closes its eyes. Doctor, Chen says, odd is your baseline. He smiles without teeth and vanishes through the iris like a magician who never learned to bow. For a minute, 2, 5, the deck settles into its steady choreography. Keys click, fans breathe. Noor's wristband chimes once and she silences it with a brush of her thumb. Chen scrolls through a personnel manifest as if daring it to misbehave. Reyes signs 3 more forms that arrive like migratory birds. Requests, confirmations, dull necessities that keep the machine convincing. Kieran scrapes the wrapper of the nutrient bar into a neat square and tucks it into the console's waste slot. He adjusts the gain a half step. The far bands open like curtains on darkness. He toggles Varga's filter suite on a secondary channel because he will never admit the doctor's curiosity isn't contagious. Space answers with its empty choir. The Artemis hums, patient, an old god with nowhere to be. A notification peeks up from the corner of his display, just the polite blink of a module reminding him it exists. He dismisses it, then brings it back out of guilt. He lets the sweep run again, longer this time, a lazy loop panning over quiet seas. Jonah whistles, tuneless, under his breath. Chen's boots make a soft thunk-thunk as she shifts her stance. Noor watches the reflection of the screen in the window and counts her own breaths. Reyes takes the mug from her belt, opens it, and inhales the ghost of coffee like a ritual. "All right," she says, to no one and everyone. "Let's keep it boring." Kieran's fingertip rests on the console's edge. He feels through composite and carbon the smallest tremor. Mechanical, ordinary. The ship adjusting a fraction of a fraction to nothing in particular. He turns the gain another hair, and the static caresses the threshold like surf that will never reach shore. He blinks. A single pixel, far right, winks, and is gone. "Probably thermal," he says, not realizing he spoke aloud until Jonah grunts from under the panel as if in reply. Kieran leans closer anyway, breath fogging the glass in a brief oval that fades as quickly as it forms. He drags the cursor back over the last 10 seconds, sets the loop, and lets it play. The room moves around him, the captain's quiet posture of attention, the psychologist's steady alertness, security's coiled readiness, engineering's practiced indifference. The loop ticks, the static rolls. His own drawn face catches in the reflection, sliced by columns of numbers. He waits, still as a held note. The pixel does not return. He reaches for the gain again. The pixel never comes back, but something else does. A ripple, like a finger dragging across still water. Kieran sits up straighter, every instinct saying, "Don't breathe too loud." The noise floor jitters, a subtle flutter. Then the waveform spikes once, sharp and clean. Not random. "Captain," he says, trying to keep his voice casual. His throat betrays him with a crack. "I've got something." Reyes looks up from her tablet. "Define something." "A carrier," Kieran says, hands already dancing across the console. "Too narrow for drift. It's riding the static like—" He stops, because a hiss slips through the speakers. Thin, thread-like, intentional. Jonah groans, straightening from his crouch. "Probably bleed from the burn preps. Engineering's got—" "No," Kieran cuts in. He boosts the signal, heart thudding. "That's not us." The hiss thickens into shape. At first it's a scatter of syllables, chopped and warped like a radio half buried in sand. Then a flicker of image bursts across the display, gray, jagged, gone in an instant. "What the hell was that?" Chen's voice is flint on stone. Replaying. Kieran pulls the last 2 seconds, stretches the frame. The image steadies just long enough to resolve into a smear of skyline. Not stars, not void, buildings, too dense, too wrong. Reyes is already moving closer, mug clipped to her belt again. "Source?" Kieran swallows. Direction's messy, it's bouncing, but it looks like... He hesitates. "Earth." The room tightens. Chen folds her arms so sharply it could cut air. Jonah mutters something obscene in Polish. Noor steps forward, face softening in disbelief. "Earth's 4 light years behind us," Reyes says flatly. "We shouldn't be hearing a whisper, let alone." The signal surges. A jagged crack pops through the speakers, makes them all flinch. The display jumps into life. Not stars, not telemetry. A city. The picture trembles like it's fighting to exist, but the bones are there. Towers toppling into smoke. people scattering in streets smeared with fire. Something burns in the distance, too big for any one building, like the horizon itself has caught flame. And through the distortion, a voice crawls into the room. Low, metallic, wrong, but human. Do not return. The lights in the comms deck hum louder, as if the ship itself is listening. Kieran forgets he's breathing until his lungs ache. The transmission stutters, loops, plays again, fragments tangling. Do not return. Do not. Do not. Jonah makes the sign of the cross without irony. Noor presses her hands together, as if catching her own pulse. Chen's jaw tightens into armor. Reyes doesn't move. She stands in the wash of flickering fire and falling towers, her face still, her eyes narrowing as if she could parse the truth by staring harder than anyone else. Record everything, she says finally, her voice steady as the grave. Kieran's fingers already have. The voice lurches one last time, louder, sharp enough to cut. Do not come back. The image crashes into static. The hum of the ship returns. No one speaks. The static clears just enough for the broadcast to stab back through, ragged but insistent. At first it's only motion. Too fast, too close, bodies surging in waves, mouths wide but sound torn away. Then the feed steadies into a fractured mosaic of chaos. Streets packed shoulder to shoulder, people running, falling, trampling. Their faces blur and stutter, replaced in the next frame by smoke, then flame. Buildings crumble in ways that don't obey physics, angles off by degrees that make Kieran's stomach clench. A tower's shadow points the wrong direction. A bridge collapses into a river that splits into two rivers mid-frame, then resolves back into one. That's not... Jonah starts, then stops. He can't finish the sentence. It's Earth, Noor whispers. Her voice wavers like a wire under strain. It has to be. Chen shakes her head once, sharp as a blade. Earth was unstable, not apocalyptic. This is theater. Watch, Varga murmurs, leaning closer to the screen, eyes glittering. He wasn't supposed to be here. He must have slipped back into the comms deck while the transmission roared to life. No one noticed until he spoke. The feed jumps again. A street burns, then another. The skyline shivers. Half London, half somewhere that never existed, towers that no archive has ever held. The voice returns, dragged across the signal like meat on a grate. Do not return. The syllables pulse through the deck. The acoustics warp it so each of them swears they hear it closer, in the bones of their skulls. Kieran's nails dig crescents into his palm. That's a warning. Somebody made it out and... It's not real, Chen cuts in, sharp. You're seeing what you want to see. It's footage, Kieran fires back. His voice breaks. You think I can fake this? It's too much footage, Jonah says, low, uneasy. Look, every jump's a new angle. Hundreds of them, thousands. Nobody had cameras like that in riots. Noor leans forward until the light flickers across her eyes, reflecting fire. Listen, she says, not just to the words, the tone. They fall silent. The voice plays again. Do not return. It's human, but it isn't. Something in the cadence lingers too long on the vowels, drags consonants like claws on metal. It's familiar and alien in the same breath. Varga tilts his head, studying the waveform overlay. There's structure in the distortion. Layered repetition. This isn't just signal degradation. It's construction. Chen rounds on him. Meaning what? Meaning, Varga says softly. It was built. The broadcast surges once more, louder, brighter. The cityscapes stretch like reflections on broken glass. A woman screams, except the scream loops in perfect rhythm, 3 times, then vanishes into flame. Reyes finally steps forward, her voice even, but carrying the weight of a hammer. Enough! The screen sputters and dies, collapsing back into white hiss. For a moment, the comms deck is only breath and the slow, mechanical heart of the ship. The last scream evaporates into static, leaving the deck smothered in silence. Every face is lit by the faint glow of Kieran's screens, pale and unkind. Chen is first to move. She strides forward and stabs the power control, killing the display outright. "That's enough," she snaps. "We don't show this to anyone else." Not a whisper. "Do you understand?" Kieran recoils, hands shooting up defensively. "What? No, this is Earth. This is everything. People, dash. People will panic." Chen cuts across him. Her tone has iron edges. "We've got thousands of colonists in cryo. You want to wake them into hysteria? Let rumors eat the hull from the inside?" "They deserve to know," Noor says, stepping in. Her voice isn't loud, but it lands like a hand pressed to a wound. "You can't hide this. You'll fracture them worse if you do." Chen wheels on her. "And what would you have us say? Earth is burning. But don't worry. It might be a hallucination. That's not leadership. That's rot." "Leadership isn't lying," Noor fires back, eyes bright. Jonah snorts, weary. "Maybe it's choosing which lies keep us alive." Reyes raises a hand, but they keep going. Varga has been still this whole time, perched close to the darkened display, his profile a silhouette against dying static. Now he leans toward Kieran, voice pitched low, too intimate. "Did you see it?" Kieran blinks at him. "See what?" "The tells," Varga murmurs. "Angles that break. Shadows in the wrong place. Faces you almost know but don't." Kieran swallows. His mouth is dry. It was real. "It was built," Varga insists, and for a moment his eyes gleam with a fervor that makes Kieran want to step back. "Someone wanted us to see it. Someone designed it for us." "Stop!" Chen snaps. "Don't put words in his mouth." "Better than letting fear do it," Varga counters softly. Reyes finally speaks, her tone low, but carrying like a pulse through steel. "Enough." The word lands heavier than a shout. The others fall silent, breath still jagged from the clash. Reyes looks at each of them in turn, steady and unreadable. "We archive it. We study it. But it doesn't leave this deck until we understand what it is. Not a sound, not a frame. That's an order." Chen's shoulders loosen, a fraction. Jonah exhales through his teeth. Noor presses her lips together but says nothing. Kieran just stares at the dead screen, the phantom image of burning towers still burning behind his eyes. The silence stretches. Only the console fans hum, steady and indifferent. Reyes plants her hands on the edge of Kieran's station, leaning just enough to anchor herself there. The light catches in her eyes. Not reflection, but resolve. This stays between us. No leaks, no speculation. We lock it down, dissect it, and only then decide what's real. Chen's chin lifts in approval. Agreed. Noor shifts, her voice sharp with disbelief. "Captain, you can't possibly—" "I can," Reyes says without looking at her. "And I will. We owe them truth, yes. But we also owe them survival. Panic kills faster than any fire on that screen. Jonah crosses his arms. So we become gatekeepers. Not the worst job I've had. Kieran's knuckles whiten against the console. What if it is Earth? What if that was the last thing they ever... Reyes cuts him a look that stills him mid-word. Not cruel, but final. Then the dead can wait until the living are steady enough to hear them. Varga smiles faintly, as if amused that the conversation even bothers with morality. Archive, then. But I'll need unrestricted access to the raw data. Reyes straightens. You'll have it. All of you will, but no one else. She unclips the mug from her belt, tucks it under one arm, and gestures toward the still darkened screen. Record the full packet. Secure it under bridge authority. Log nothing to the open manifest. Kieran nods mechanically, hands flying, his reflection ghosted across the monitor. The last frozen frame of burning towers flickers back once, just long enough to remind them all what waits inside the file. Reyes turns for the iris door. I want a preliminary analysis in 6 hours. Until then, speak of this to no one. The door sighs open. Her silhouette cuts against the corridor light, rigid and unreadable. Then she's gone. For a moment, no one follows. The broadcast loops in silence, flames crawling endlessly over a city that should not exist. The comms deck is darker now, most lights dimmed to their night cycle hush. Only the console screens glow, a pale wash that makes Kieran look more like a ghost than a living boy. He's running the file again. Not in real time, not at the speed it was meant to be seen, but broken into frames like teeth laid out one by one. He clicks forward, clicks back, clicks forward again. Varga stands behind him, hands clasped behind his back, posture deceptively casual. His reflection on the glass stretches and contracts as each new frame sputters into place. Crowd here, Kieran says, voice low, steadying himself by making it technical. He points to a frame of bodies thrashing through a wide street. Now watch. 2 clicks forward. Click, click. The crowd shifts, but not naturally. The same man, gray coat, shock of blonde hair, falls to the pavement in the exact same way twice, only in 2 different spots. That's a loop, Kieran mutters, like a patch. Like a tile, Varga corrects gently. His eyes shine. A pattern repeated to suggest chaos, but the architect grew lazy. Kieran rubs the back of his neck. Or signal degradation, glitching. We've seen echoes like that before. Varga leans closer, the air between them buzzing faintly with his intensity. Not like this. Echoes smear. This is exact. Exactness is deliberate. Kieran swallows, forces himself forward. Click. The screen shifts to a skyline, New York recognizable at first, until he notices a tower where there shouldn't be one. Sleek, black, twisting like glass pulled too long. The next frame, it's gone, replaced by the familiar outline again. His stomach turns. Maybe an overlay? Like the signal spliced 2 feeds? Or like someone didn't know which version was correct, Varga whispers. And couldn't choose. Kieran clicks again, a wide shot of smoke rolling over a city. He squints. The stars above it don't match. Orion's belt is there, but inverted, reflected like a map flipped in a mirror. He feels sweat prick his forehead. That could be a lens artifact. Varga's smile is thin and too pleased. Or a mask slipping. Kieran slams the spacebar, freezing the image. You want this to be fake. I want it to be understood, Varga replies, sharp but quiet. Authenticity is irrelevant. Construction is everything. What matters is who, or what, constructed it. Kieran stares at the frozen skyline. The smoke smears across the glass like a bruise. His own reflection looks back at him, hollow-eyed. It's Earth, he insists, though it comes out cracked. It's Earth. Varga doesn't argue. He just tilts his head, studying the mirrored stars with something close to reverence, as if the wrongness itself were sacred. The briefing chamber feels like a courtroom without a judge. No wide windows, no comfort, just a long slab of table under white light that makes every flaw on a face visible. The hum of the ship's spine vibrates through the walls, steady as a metronome. Reyes sits at the head, elbows planted on steel, hands folded with precision. She doesn't look tired, but the set of her shoulders tells another story. Kieran sits halfway down the table, console tablet clutched like a shield. Varga leans beside him, the opposite of guarded, fingers drumming a rhythm only he hears. Across from them, Chen sits perfectly straight, uniform crisp as if ironed by her own spine. Jonah sprawls with studied defiance, boots crossed at the ankle. Noor is last in, moving quietly, her gaze soft but unyielding as she takes the chair nearest Kieran. Reyes lets the silence stretch before she speaks. You've all seen the file. You've all heard the voice. I need positions. Chen doesn't hesitate. We bury it. Seal the file, erase copies, end discussion. The longer it circulates, the deeper it poisons morale. That's not leadership, Noor says, calm but firm. That's censorship. You keep it quiet. Rumors grow teeth. The colonists will imagine worse than what they saw. What they saw, Chen snaps, was an illusion, a fabrication. Jonah raises a brow, or a malfunction. Could be the signal bounced through a dozen dead satellites and spat back noise. I've seen stranger failures from half-dead circuits. That was no failure, Kieran blurts. His voice cracks. Everyone turns to him, and he feels it like a spotlight. I slowed it frame by frame. The cities, the people. It's real. Varga tilts his head, amused. Real and impossible. A contradiction worth savoring. Reyes cuts across them, voice calm, but knife sharp. Dr. Varga, your assessment. Varga steeples his fingers. It is constructed. That much is clear. Faces repeat. Buildings shift. Stars themselves don't hold. It was built, but built with intention. Chen scoffs. So we're entertaining the idea of, what, propaganda? From who? From someone who knows we're listening, Varga says softly. The table goes still. Even Jonah stops his restless tapping. Reyes leans back, eyes narrowing. And if that's true, then ignoring it is suicide, Varga answers. We must understand the architect, their choices, their intent. Reyes looks to Kieran. Do you agree? Kieran's throat works. He feels Noor's hand brush against the table near his own. Support, without touch. I think it's a warning. From Earth. From someone still alive. Chen exhales sharply. Naive. Noor's voice cuts in. Quiet, but steel-threaded. Or human. Reyes closes her eyes for a breath, then opens them, gaze steady as locked doors. I don't care if it's Earth or noise or theater. What I care about is proof. Varga. Holt. You'll continue analysis. I want anomalies cataloged, frame by frame. I want sources triangulated. She looks at the others. Until then, this doesn't exist outside this room. Clear? Chen nods sharply. Jonah shrugs. Noor's lips thin, but she inclines her head. Reyes stands, the signal of dismissal. Bring me evidence, not arguments. The hum of the ship seems louder when she leaves. The comms deck glows in cold light, the rest of the ship hushed in sleep. Kieran runs the playback, while Varga prowls behind him like a conductor at rehearsal, pausing and gesturing whenever the chaos offers a new dissonance. Stop! Back 2 frames. There Varga leans over his shoulder, finger hovering just shy of the glass. A man in the crowd, mouth open in a scream, blurs, then reappears on the other side of the street in the very next frame, screaming again. Perfectly identical. Copy-paste, Varga murmurs, satisfied. Sloppy craftsmanship. Kieran forces a laugh, brittle. Or a glitch. Signal loss. Noise. No. Varga's voice softens into something worse than certainty. Delight. Noise doesn't repeat a man like a chess piece. He signals again. Advance. Kieran taps the key. The crowd dissolves into static, then resolves into a news studio. An anchor sits rigid, lips moving, voice a garbled churn of phonemes with no language inside it. Behind him, the crawl of text on the screen rolls gibberish that almost forms words, letters bent into false alphabets. Noor watches from the side, arms folded tight, her posture betraying nerves she's too proud to name. That's not distortion, she whispers. That's imitation. Someone trying to sound like us without knowing how. The image flickers again. New York. Kieran knows the skyline. He grew up with posters of it in his childhood bedroom, back when leaving Earth was a fantasy. Except now, one of the towers is wrong. Taller, darker, twisting like molten glass stretched too thin. In the next frame, it vanishes as if it had never been there. Jonah, leaning against the bulkhead, exhales a low curse. That's not malfunction. That's guessing. Varga smiles thinly. Exactly. Our mystery correspondent is working from fragments, borrowed memories, stitching them together without ever having walked the ground. Kieran swallows hard. His stomach knots. Then it's not Earth? Varga turns toward him with the patience of a man explaining scripture. It's a mask of Earth. The feed shifts again, riots, a street buckling under smoke. Noor leans forward before she realizes she's moving. There, in the crush of bodies, a face, half turned, familiar enough to snap her breath short. Her younger brother. But not as he'd been the last time she saw him. Older now, impossibly so, as if he'd lived years since their parting. His mouth opens in a shout she cannot hear. His eyes catch hers through the screen, and for a heartbeat, she swears recognition flares back. Noor jerks back, hand flying to her mouth. Chen notices immediately. What is it? Noor hesitates, chest heaving, then shakes her head too fast. Nothing. Just a trick of the light. Chen narrows her eyes. Or a trick of something else. The room feels smaller, the static louder, as if the footage itself leans closer to listen. The screen freezes on the riot frame, bodies mid-motion, smoke frozen in a smear of gray. Noor hasn't moved since she pulled back, her hand still near her mouth, eyes glassy, as if the face might still leap out if she blinked. Chen notices. She always notices. What did you see? Noor shakes her head. It doesn't matter. It wasn't. Don't lie, Chen says flatly. Not here. It was nothing, Noor insists. Sharper now, the crack of defense. Nothing doesn't make you flinch like you saw a ghost, Chen shoots back. Was it someone you knew? Someone who shouldn't be there? Noor's silence answers for her. Perfect, Chen mutters. The footage is already crawling into our heads, planting faces, voices. No, Noor says, louder than she intends. She grips the edge of the table until her knuckles bleach white. It was him. My brother. Older somehow, but him. Don't tell me what I saw. Exactly what it wants, Chen counters, standing straighter, voice like drawn steel. You think it's coincidence the signal serves you someone personal? It's bait. Varga steps between them, palms up like a referee, though his tone is pure provocation. Perhaps. But bait implies design. Design implies intelligence, which means this is not random noise. It's a message. Jonah groans, rubbing a hand over his face. Message, trap, call it what you want. It's poison. And you, he jabs a finger at Varga, are feeding the kid straight into it. Look at him. Kieran's head snaps up. He hadn't realized how tightly he was hunched over the console, how desperately his eyes clung to the frozen image. I'm fine, Kieran says, though his voice shakes. You're not. Jonah shoots back. You're seeing what you want. Dead mothers, lost brothers. Whoever built this knows how to reel us in. That's exactly why we can't ignore it, Varga says, soft but burning. His eyes flick from Noor to Kieran like a teacher choosing favorites. If it knows us, then it's listening. Studying. That's a conversation, however grotesque. Chen bristles. You want to talk to it? You're insane. And you want to burn the evidence before you understand it. Varga replies smoothly. Which is more dangerous? The argument fractures into overlapping voices, Chen and Varga sparring sharp and cold, Jonah grumbling warnings, Noor trying to steady her breath, Kieran caught in the static's pull. Then Reyes's voice cuts through like a blade. Enough. The noise dies instantly. She stands in the doorway, eyes hard, jaw set. This debate is closed. The analysis continues, but I will not have this crew eating itself alive over shadows. Her gaze pins each of them in place. First Chen, then Varga, then Noor, then Kieran. We stay disciplined, or we don't stay at all. No one speaks. Reyes steps closer, switches off the console with a sharp command, and the screen falls to black. The room suddenly feels too quiet, the static still buzzing phantom in their ears. Back to your stations, she orders. Now. They file out one by one, brittle silence stretching between them. The comms deck empties, but the dark screen seems to hold something behind it, waiting for the next pair of eyes to look too long. The comms deck is supposed to be dark, powered down, sealed until Reyes calls for another session. Supposed to be, but the iris hisses open, and Kieran slips through like a thief. His boots scuff soft against the deck plates. He hesitates, glances once over his shoulder at the empty corridor, then pulls the door closed behind him. The dark consoles blink awake at his touch, a dozen soft green eyes opening in the dark. The static hums faintly, like it had been waiting for him. He knows it's reckless. Chen would court-martial him on the spot. Reyes would be colder, disappointment more cutting than anger. Noor would try to understand, but even she couldn't excuse it. He doesn't care, because the image won't leave him. The fire, the towers, the voice. Do not return. He cues the file. The playback sputters, familiar chaos spilling into motion. This time, he slows it further. 1/4 speed, 1/8. The footage fractures into tiny, jagged stutters, bodies moving like broken puppets, flames crawling instead of leaping. He leans closer, breath fogging the glass, eyes straining against the blur. "Come on," he whispers. "Show me what you are." The voice grinds through the speakers again, lower now, drawn out by the stretched playback. "Do not return." His stomach flips. He drags the filter Varga left him across the waveform. Frequencies peel away like layers of skin. The voice thins, stutters, repeats. Beneath it, faint as a breath pressed to the glass, something else rides the signal. Not words at first. Just a rhythm. A cadence too deliberate to be noise. Kieran's pulse hammers in his throat. He boosts gain, leans so close his nose nearly touches the screen. The hiss grows teeth, shapes, letters carving themselves from static. And then, clear, undeniable. Kieran. His name, soft, almost tender. Like someone calling him from the end of a long hall. He jerks back, chair wheels screeching against the floor. His chest heaves. The speakers crackle once more. Static fills the room. But under it, faint as blood under skin. Kieran. The console lights flicker, just for a breath, like the ship itself had whispered with it. Captain Imani Reyes sits in her quarters, the tablet a slab of cold light against her palms. Status reports scroll in steady blue lines. Engine coolant flow stable, hydroponics humidity within tolerance. Cryopod vitals green across the board. A healthy ship. A living ship. And yet... She swipes to the next page. Logs from the comms deck, condensed and sanitized, read back in her own voice. Archive complete. Data secured. Awaiting analysis. It should comfort her, that neat certainty. Instead, her gut twists. The words sound like someone else had written them with her hand. She pinches the bridge of her nose. The silence in her quarters is heavier than usual, pressing against her skull. Normally, silence meant control. The calm of a machine doing exactly as ordered. Tonight it feels like the ship is listening. She thinks of Noor's face, pale and stricken in the glow of the footage, of Kieran's raw voice, breaking when he insisted it was real, of Chen's steel certainty, brittle enough to snap, and of Varga's delight, always the scientist, seeing beauty where others saw fire. Reyes exhales slowly. A captain doesn't doubt. A captain decides. She taps the comms bead at her collar. All officers to briefing chamber. Now. The bead clicks off. For a heartbeat, she just sits there, tablet dim in her lap, the hum of the ship vibrating through the soles of her boots. She tells herself it's routine, just another crew disagreement to quash before it festers. But under the practiced calm, her pulse is quick, betraying something else. Not fear, exactly. Something heavier. For the first time since launch, she wonders, not if she's losing control of her crew, but whether she's losing control of herself. She rises, straightens her jacket, and leaves for the chamber. The briefing chamber hums faintly with recycled air, the same white walls, the same table of brushed steel. But tonight the air feels heavier, as if even the ventilation system expects a fight. Reyes sits at the head again, fingers steepled, gaze level. The others settle around the table, Chen upright and bristling, Noor with quiet tension in her shoulders, Jonah sprawling like he'd rather be anywhere else, Kieran clutching his tablet too tight, and Varga with the faint smile of a man anticipating theater. Reyes doesn't waste time. We've all seen the footage. We've all heard the voice. I want solutions, not arguments. Chen doesn't wait for permission. We lock down the comms deck. Restricted to senior officers only. No access for junior personnel. No analysis without oversight. The less exposure, the less risk. Her eyes flick toward Kieran, sharp as a blade. Kieran stiffens. I'm the comms officer. It's literally my job to... Your job, Chen interrupts, is to follow orders. This isn't routine telemetry. It's contamination. Noor leans forward, her voice measured but carrying steel. Locking people out only deepens the fracture. Secrets rot trust. If you treat your own crew like they can't be trusted, don't expect them to follow you when things worsen. Chen's mouth tightens. We don't have the luxury of therapy circles, Doctor. Panic spreads faster than fire. My job is to keep discipline intact. Discipline, Noor says softly, or control. The air between them sharpens. Jonah breaks it with a humorless chuckle. You're both missing the point. Whether it's real or fake, Earth or not, doesn't matter. The crew's already infected. They'll whisper, they'll guess. By the time we decide what's true, half the ship will believe what they want. So we're doomed either way, Chen snaps. Jonah shrugs. I'm an engineer. I deal in inevitabilities. Varga finally speaks, his tone light, almost playful. Or perhaps inopportunities. Reyes narrows her eyes. Doctor. Varga leans back in his chair, fingers drumming. This is communication. Imperfect, yes, even grotesque, but unmistakably aimed. To bury it is cowardice. To fear it is waste. We should welcome the conversation. Conversation? Chen's laugh is sharp, brittle. With what? Some phantom that cobbled together burning cities and false faces. With whoever is clever enough to know we're listening, Varga says softly. The chamber stills. His words linger, heavy, sticky, unwelcome. Reyes finally breaks the silence, her voice steady. Enough. This is what we do. Varga, Holt, continue analysis. Chen, keep your security protocols, but the comms deck stays under my authority, not yours. Nor, monitor crew morale. Jonah, keep me updated on system stability. This ship doesn't fracture on my watch. She looks each of them in the eye, one by one. Chen smolders. Noor's lips press thin. Jonah scratches his jaw, non-committal. Varga smiles faintly, victorious in silence. Kieran lowers his eyes to the tablet, but the weight of Chen's glare burns against his skin. The meeting should have ended there, with Reyes's orders closing the door. But tension hangs in the air, brittle as glass. Nobody moves to stand. Kieran feels sweat gathering under his collar. The tablet in his hands blurs as his vision swims. He hasn't slept properly since the first broadcast. The whisper won't stop playing in his skull. Reyes's gaze settles on him. Holt. He startles. Captain? You've been closer to the signal than anyone. What's your read? He swallows, mouth dry. Every answer feels dangerous. It's layered, like something stitched pieces together. But the voice, it's not just distortion, it's targeted. Varga leans forward, eyes gleaming. Go on. Kieran hesitates. The words crawl up his throat before he can stop them. It said my name. His lips part. The syllables nearly spill. Then he clamps his jaw shut, teeth grinding. But Chen catches it. Of course she does. Her eyes narrow. What aren't you telling us? Nothing, Kieran blurts. Too fast. Her gaze sharpens. You hesitated. You've been staring at that footage like it's scripture. Did it show you something? Say something? Noor bristles. He's exhausted. You're twisting his words. I'm protecting this ship, Chen snaps back. If the signal is crawling into his head, we need to know. Kieran's pulse pounds in his ears. I said nothing! His voice cracks, echoing too loudly off the steel walls. Jonah mutters, Great. Subtle as an airlock breach. Reyes cuts across them, voice cold as space. That's enough. The silence after her words is suffocating. She studies Kieran a long moment, not unkind, but unblinking. Then she looks away, as if shelving him for later. This conversation is finished. You have your orders. Dismissed. Chairs scrape. Chen leaves first, spine straight, suspicion radiating behind her. Jonah follows, muttering about wasted oxygen. Noor lingers just long enough to touch Kieran's shoulder, brief and grounding, before slipping out. Only Varga remains, watching him with quiet intensity. You nearly told them, he murmurs. Kieran doesn't answer. He can't. His throat feels like it's locked. Varga's smile is faint, unreadable. Good. Secrets ripen in silence. Then he leaves, too. Kieran sits alone in the echo of the chamber, tablet dimming in his hands, the phantom voice whispering his name again inside his skull. The officers scatter down separate corridors like splinters from the same break. The ship hums steady beneath them, but the rhythm feels off, as if the metal itself is bracing for fracture. Chen and Reyes. Chen falls into step beside Reyes on the way back to the bridge. Her voice is low, clipped. Captain, you can't let Holt near that deck again. Reyes keeps her stride even. He's the comms officer. He's compromised, Chen presses. I saw it. Whatever's in that broadcast, he's already carrying it. Paranoia doesn't serve us. Chen stops walking, forcing Reyes to halt too. Paranoia keeps people alive. You know what happens when infection spreads on a ship. You cut it out before it festers. Reyes holds her gaze. The air between them is taut wire. Finally, she turns away. Noted, Lieutenant. Dismissed. Chen lingers a moment, jaw locked, before saluting sharply and peeling off toward the lifts. Noor and Kieran. Kieran drifts through the lower corridor, eyes sunk, shoulders slumped. Noor catches him near the water dispensers. You didn't eat again, she says softly. I'm not hungry. She studies him, expression gentle but insistent. You nearly said something in there. Kieran's throat tightens. No, it was nothing. Noor doesn't press. Instead, she places a sealed ration bar in his hand, her fingers warm against his chilled skin. Be careful. Secrets make people into prey. Her words hang, and she leaves him staring down at the ration bar like it might accuse him, too. Reyes and Jonah. Later, in the bridge shadows, Jonah leans against a support strut while Reyes checks status reports. You're losing them, Jonah says simply. Reyes doesn't look up. Then I'll find them again. You can't fix a crack by staring at it. Chen's already sharpening knives. Noor's guarding that boy like he's her own blood. And Varga. Jonah spits the name like gristle. Varga's winding the string tighter just to see who snaps. Reyes sets the tablet down, finally meeting his eyes. And you? Jonah shrugs. I fix what I can reach. The rest? You'll have to decide whether to weld or cut. He leaves her alone with the quiet blink of console lights, the weight of command pressing like a hand on her chest. For the first time, Reyes wonders if leadership isn't about steering the ship at all, just managing the fractures before they tear the hull apart. The comms deck should be empty, should be sealed. Kieran slips in anyway. The iris closes behind him with a sigh that sounds like resignation. The consoles glow awake at his touch, obedient, complicit. He sits, breath shallow, and loads the file again. His fingers move before his brain can stop them, filters layered, waveforms stretched, playback slowed to a crawl. The static fills the room, soft as rain. The footage begins. Cities burning, crowds screaming, towers breaking. He barely sees it anymore. His eyes lock instead on the spectrum display, waiting for the tremor in the noise. There, beneath the grinding loop of "Do not return." A pulse, a hidden vein. Kieran boosts gain until the hiss prickles in his teeth. Sweat beads on his brow. He leans close, like a supplicant at an altar. The voice emerges, not loud, not sharp, intimate. Kieran. He jerks, almost toppling the chair, heart hammering. But he can't stop. He scrubs back, plays it again. Kieran. It's clearer now, less warped than before. He swallows hard, throat raw. Help me. The words slide through the static, desperate, almost human. Kieran's hands shake on the console. His reflection stares back at him in the glass. Wide eyes, pale skin, mouth open. Behind the reflection, the flames keep burning in endless loops. Help me. The whisper drags again, softer, pleading. He whispers back before he can think. How? The screen flickers once, bright enough to wash his face in white. Then the signal collapses to static, flat and empty, as if nothing had ever spoken. Kieran sits frozen, ears ringing, the plea echoing inside him like it had burrowed into bone. The comms deck wakes itself. Kieran is halfway down the corridor when the alert chime rings out. 3 notes, rising, urgent. The kind reserved for external transmissions. His blood runs cold. He hadn't touched a thing. By the time he bursts through the iris, the consoles are already alive, lights racing across panels in feverish patterns. The array hums with a resonance he's never heard before, like the ship itself is vibrating along with the signal. The broadcast is back. Cities writhe across the main display, this time steadier, clearer. Fire licking skyward in great tongues. Shadows of crowds fleeing like insects under glass. The glitches remain, the impossible skylines, the mirrored stars. But the image holds longer before it shudders. And the voice. Not the ragged burst of the first message, but slower now, deliberate. Each syllable dragged, weighted, as though choosing how to land. Do not return. The last word hangs too long, fraying at the edges, then repeats. Do not return. Kieran grips the edge of the console, knuckles white. It feels different, less like a warning, more like rehearsal. The iris hisses open again. Chen strides in first, hand already on her sidearm as though she could shoot a sound. Noor is close behind, face pale, eyes locked on the screen. Jonah lumbers in, muttering curses under his breath. Varga enters last, practically radiant with anticipation. Reyes arrives moments later, her presence snapping the room taut. She doesn't ask questions. She simply crosses to Kieran's side, her gaze hard on the display. Everyone sees this, she says. Not a suggestion. An order. The room falls silent, save for the hiss and grind of the voice, looping again. Do not return. Each iteration is slightly different now. A pause where there wasn't one. A subtle drag on the knot. As though the voice were learning how to speak them. Kieran's chest tightens. The sound burrows into him like a drill. Reyes doesn't move. Her eyes narrow, jaw set, as if the voice is daring her to flinch. The voice grinds on, slower now, as if savoring its own weight. Do not return. Kieran leans closer to the console. His pulse hammers, too fast, because underneath the main voice, faint, like something buried under static, he hears it. A whisper, soft, broken, familiar. Kieran. His chest caves. It can't be. It can't. He fumbles with the filters, pushing gain until the console whines. The others wince at the distortion, but Kieran hardly hears them. Wait, listen, he gasps. There's something underneath. Static swells. The main voice repeats, do not return. And there, woven through the hiss, delicate, raw, Kieran, baby. It's me. His mother, her voice. The world tilts. For a moment, he's not on the Artemis Ark. He's back in his childhood bedroom, Earthside, the night before launch. Her hand on his cheek, her voice thick with unshed tears. You'll do fine. You'll do better than fine. He staggers back from the console as if burned. It's her, he whispers. His throat aches. It's my mother. She's in there. Chen is on him instantly, voice like a lash. Enough. No, you heard it. He looks around wildly, desperate. Say you heard it. Chen's eyes cut like knives. What I heard was static. You're projecting grief onto noise. And if you can't tell the difference, you don't belong near this deck. Kieran's mouth works soundlessly. His vision swims. It was her, he pleads, voice cracking. I swear to you, it was her. Jonah shifts uncomfortably, muttering, Jesus. Noor steps forward, placing herself between Kieran and Chen. You don't know what he heard. None of us can. Don't crucify him because you don't understand it. Chen's lip curls. You want to risk this ship because he's chasing ghosts? Noor's voice sharpens. I want to risk compassion. Try it sometime. The two women lock eyes, the air between them electric, until Reyes snaps. Enough! Her command cuts the room still. Kieran swallows hard, trembling, staring at the dead glow of the console. The phantom of his mother's voice still trembles in his ears. Kieran, he clamps both hands over his face, as if he can press it out of his skull. The room is still vibrating from Kieran's outburst when the signal shifts again. The broadcast stutters, flames collapsing into static, then resolves into another angle. A street, thick with smoke, faces blurred as if smeared by careless fingers. The main voice drones over it, patient and heavy. Do not return. Noor stiffens. She tilts her head, eyes narrowing. Because under the drone, threaded through the hiss, another voice rises. Her own, clear, calm. Speaking words she never said, It's safe here. Don't be afraid. Her stomach flips. Her pulse spikes. She steps closer to the console, trying to rationalize. Wait. Did you hear that? Chen narrows her eyes. Hear what? It sounded like... Noor's throat tightens. The words feel dangerous, but she forces them out. It sounded like me. The room stills. Jonah lets out a low, uneasy chuckle. Now we've got ghosts doing impressions. Chen's gaze sharpens, measuring her. Convenient. First Holt hears Mommy. Now you hear yourself. Maybe the next one will be me. Noor turns on her, voice trembling but firm. Don't you dare! But Varga is already moving closer to the console, eyes shining. Fascinating, he breathes. Not just imitation. Reflection, a response tailored to the listener. This isn't a broadcast, it's a conversation. A trick, Chen snaps. A dialogue, Varga counters, soft with awe. Noor's skin prickles cold. Because she hears it again, faint, insistent. Her voice whispering from the static. Trust me. The words crawl up her spine. Her knees almost buckle. She clamps her jaw shut and turns away from the console, afraid the others might see her falter. Chen watches her too closely, storing the moment like ammunition. Reyes's jaw tightens, but she says nothing. The silence stretches, thick and unnatural, until the broadcast shudders and shifts again. The signal falters, smearing images across the screen, buildings bending like wet clay, flames rolling backward into their own smoke. The main voice drones again, each syllable dragging like metal across stone. Do not return. Jonah curses under his breath and scrubs a hand over his face. His knuckles are white. Reyes notices. Engineer? He hesitates too long. Finally mutters, I heard something. Chen's head snaps toward him. What? Jonah shakes his head hard, as if trying to fling the memory away. Didn't want to say. Thought it was just bleed. But he exhales rough. It was a laugh. A kid's laugh. The room chills. Noor's voice is quiet. Careful. Whose? Jonah's jaw works. He doesn't look at anyone. My daughter's. Kieran's stomach knots. But she's not here. She's dead, Jonah says flatly, before anyone can soften it. The word hangs heavy, unmovable. Been dead 5 years. And now her laugh's hiding in your damn signal. No one speaks. The hum of the consoles fills the silence, low and cruel. Chen seizes it like a weapon. That settles it. This thing isn't random. It's mining us, pulling personal memories it shouldn't have, which means someone is feeding it information. Her gaze cuts to Kieran first, sharp as a blade. Maybe the one who can't stop sneaking back here. Kieran bristles. I didn't tell it anything. I just... Then Noor. Chen's eyes swing to the psychologist, cold, clinical. You sit with the colonists. You dig through everyone's heads. Maybe you gave it enough raw material. Noor's face hardens, but her voice trembles. You think I'd do this? I think you'd underestimate the risk, Chen says. Reyes slams her palm flat on the table. The sound cracks like a gunshot. Enough! The voices die instantly. She looks from Chen to Noor to Jonah, still pale and rigid, to Kieran trembling, to Varga's hungry fascination. Each one fraying in a different way. Her command is steady, but the weight in it is unmistakable. No more accusations. We treat the signal as an external threat, not a witch hunt. Is that understood? Chen's lips flatten. Jonah looks away. Noor exhales, shaky. Kieran nods too fast. Varga only smiles faintly, like a man listening to an aria. But the crack is there now, undeniable. The idea of betrayal sits heavy in the air, refusing to leave. The broadcast flickers, flames and faces twisting into static snow. The voice drones again, heavy as rusted chains. Do not return. Reyes has heard enough. She steps forward, cuts the feed with a decisive slash of her hand across the console. The screens die. The room plunges into silence. No hiss, no drone, just the mechanical heartbeat of the ship. For a breath, relief. Then the whisper comes. Not from the speakers, not from the consoles, not from anywhere external. It blooms in the air itself, thick and close, vibrating in the bones of their skulls. One voice, the same for all of them. Listening. Chen's hand drops to her sidearm. Noor goes rigid, breath catching. Jonah's lips part, but no sound comes. Kieran grips the console so tightly his knuckles pop. Varga's eyes widen in reverence, like a priest hearing proof of his god. Reyes doesn't flinch. Her jaw clenches, the only sign. Then she speaks, voice carved from steel. "Lock this deck." No one enters without my clearance. She looks at each of them in turn, forcing eye contact, anchoring them back to her. Whatever this is, it wants inside. It will not get it. Not through the ship. Not through us. Her voice holds, but in the stillness afterward, the crew can't shake the echo of that single word. Listening, as if something unseen is still here. Still waiting. The lab smells of ozone and hot circuitry. The tang of machines worked harder than intended. Varga's corner of the analysis bay looks less like research and more like obsession. Tables cluttered with printouts no one asked for. Consoles covered in recursive loops of code. Strings of numbers scrawled across the glass walls in grease pencil. Kieran hovers by the console, eyes darting from screen to screen. He hasn't slept, but neither has Varga. They both look hollow-eyed, skin drawn thin by the glow of endless static. "There," Varga says suddenly, stabbing a finger toward the spectral readout. His voice is sharp, triumphant. "See it?" Kieran leans in. All he sees at first are noise peaks, little jagged mountains in a desert of gray. Looks like bleed. Not bleed. Count the spacing, Varga's eyes glitter. 2.1 seconds repeating, over and over. Noise doesn't keep rhythm. Kieran frowns, pulling the cursor across the wave. He counts. The spikes fall in perfect intervals, marching like soldiers. "Shit," he breathes. Varga's mouth curls into a smile. Order. The door hisses open. Reyes enters with Chen, Noor, and Jonah trailing behind. The captain's eyes sweep the cluttered bay, taking in the chaos, before settling on Varga. "You said you had something." Varga doesn't turn. He gestures at the readout like a priest unveiling scripture. Buried beneath the voice, beneath the fire, beneath the faces, it isn't random. There's structure, patterns repeating with surgical precision. This isn't just a broadcast. It's architecture. Chen folds her arms, already bristling. Or it's you drawing constellations in the snow. "No," Varga says, almost reverent. "It's deliberate. Someone built this signal. They want us to see more than smoke and fire. They're speaking." Jonah leans over Kieran's shoulder, squinting at the readout. "Or they're baiting." Fishermen whistle too. Noor steps closer, her brow furrowed. "If it's structured, then it could be a message." "Not could be," Varga says. His smile widens, unnerving in its certainty. "Is." Reyes watches the screen, expression unreadable. For a moment the hum of the ship feels louder, like it too is waiting for her decision. Chen steps forward, cutting the space between her and Varga. "You've been running this through ship systems without authorization?" Varga doesn't flinch. "Containment protocols are intact." "That's not an answer," she snaps. If you're piping this poison into the Artemis's core, you're handing it the keys to the hull. Noor folds her arms, voice calm but insistent. Or he's finding a way to understand what it wants. Ignorance doesn't protect us. Chen whirls on her. Ignorance keeps us breathing. What happens when his little experiments give it access to navigation? Life support? You want to understand suffocation firsthand? Noor's jaw tightens. Fear isn't strategy. If something intelligent is out there, knowledge is survival. Or suicide, Chen fires back. Reyes raises a hand, but Jonah's gravelly voice rumbles through before she can speak. Captain. He pushes off the bulkhead, looking older in the pale lab light. Engineering logs picked up power fluctuations last night, just around the comms deck. Lights flickered, panels reset. Nothing catastrophic. Yet. But it's spreading like hairline cracks in steel. I don't believe in coincidences. Chen seizes on it. There. Proof. Varga rolls his eyes. Coincidence or correlation? The ship is a nervous system. A flicker doesn't mean infection. Jonah's gaze hardens. And if it does? The bay hums louder, the silence between voices filled with the throb of the reactor far below. Reyes finally cuts through, voice sharp as steel dragged on stone. Enough. They fall silent, but the tension hangs, coiled and poisonous. Reyes turns to Varga. Show me the next layer. Prove this is more than ghosts and echoes. Varga inclines his head, lips curving in satisfaction. Chen exhales hard through her nose, muttering just loud enough for all to hear. You'll regret giving him a leash. Varga dims the lights with a swipe of his hand, plunging the lab into a low glow. On the central screen, he brings up the waveforms and scrubs the distortion away layer by layer until the raw pulse remains, the steady rhythm of those repeating spikes. Now, he says, fingers dancing across the console. Watch. The pulses align, reform. Numbers bend into shapes, patterns folding on themselves until the mess of static coalesces into a grid of symbols. Not language exactly, but suggestive of it. Lines curving like letters, loops that echo mathematics, strokes that flirt with music notation. Chen mutters, "It's nothing." Varga's grin flashes. Nothing doesn't repeat in perfect sequence. Nothing doesn't evolve. The symbols scroll slowly, deliberate. Kieran leans forward without meaning to, heart beating in his ears. The marks on the screen look wrong, alien, yet his brain tugs at them like threads. Recognition flickers at the edges of thought. Not exact words, but meaning. His lips move before he knows it. It's talking. Every head turns. Chen's eyes narrow. What did you just say? Kieran blinks, startled. I don't know. It feels like words. Like it wants me to read it. The silence is sharp enough to cut. Jonah shakes his head slowly. No one else sees that kid. Noor studies him, her expression both worried and gentle. What do you see, Kieran? Kieran stares at the screen, throat dry. Invitation. That's the closest word I've got. Like, it's opening a door. Chen slams her palm on the table. Or you're hallucinating. First your mother's voice, now this. He's compromised. Kieran flinches, heat rising to his face. I'm not. It's there. You just don't see it. Varga's smile sharpens, as if this is exactly what he wanted. Perception isn't compromise, Lieutenant. It's clarity. Chen turns on him. Or corruption. The argument trembles on the edge of ignition, but Reyes's voice slices through, hard and final. Enough. Still, the unease lingers. The symbols glow steady on the screen, their meaning pressing against the walls of Kieran's mind, like a hand against glass, waiting for him to open. The symbols crawl across the screen in steady rhythm, patient as tide. No one speaks. The hum of the ship feels louder here, as though the Artemis itself is listening for the verdict. Reyes's jaw works once, then she speaks, voice measured. Dr. Varga will continue analysis. Chen's head snaps toward her. Captain. With containment protocols, Reyes cuts in, eyes hard. Isolated systems. No bleed into navigation, no tie to life support. The comms deck becomes a sealed environment. Any violation, I shut it down permanently. Understood? Varga inclines his head, hiding satisfaction behind a mask of professional composure. Understood. Chen's voice sharpens, almost breaking. You're gambling with every life on this ship. We don't need to understand it. We need to survive it. Noor's voice cuts across hers, quiet but steady. If we don't understand it, survival is chance. Knowledge is control. Knowledge is surrender, Chen spits. Jonah sighs, leaning against the bulkhead. You're both right, which makes this a shit situation. Kieran stays silent, eyes still fixed on the screen, as if the symbols are written just for him. Chen looks back at Reyes, fury barely restrained. When this goes wrong, Captain, it won't be on Varga's head. It'll be on yours. Reyes doesn't flinch. That's command, Lieutenant. You don't have to like it. You just have to follow it. The silence after is heavy, the fracture widening in the space between them. Chen salutes sharp, clipped, then storms out. Noor lingers a moment longer, eyes worried as they flick between Kieran and the shifting symbols, before she follows. Jonah shakes his head, mutters, "Hell with it," and leaves too. That leaves Reyes, Varga, and Kieran alone with the glowing code. Reyes gives Varga one last look, steady and cold. Prove to me this is worth the risk. Varga's smile is thin as a knife. I intend to. The lab is nearly dark now, lit only by the slow scroll of symbols across the main display. Varga works with a feverish calm, hands gliding over the console as if playing an instrument only he can hear. Kieran hovers beside him, pulse in his throat, eyes fixed on the shapes. Each one seems clearer now, as if the longer he stares, the more they lean toward comprehension. There, Varga murmurs. His stylus flicks across the glass, isolating clusters, realigning them into columns. Repetition becomes syntax. Syntax becomes meaning. Reyes stands behind them, arms folded, watching with the caution of someone waiting for the floor to crack. The symbols freeze into a grid, loops and slashes, angles that echo letters without quite being letters. Varga exhales, almost reverent, an utterance. Kieran's lips part. The meaning presses against his skull, insistent. He whispers, "It's calling us." Reyes's gaze sharpens. "Explain." "It isn't a warning," Varga says, eyes alight. Do not return. It's the opposite. It's..." He pauses, savoring it, then speaks the word as if unveiling scripture. "Come." The syllable hangs heavy in the room. Before anyone can answer, the Artemis shudders. Lights flicker. Consoles blink and reset. For a heartbeat, every screen in the lab glows with static, like the signal has bled through the ship's veins. Then the hum steadies again. The lights return. No one breathes. Jonah's voice crackles in over the intercom, tight with alarm. "Bridge to Captain. Engineering just logged a full power dip. Systems spiked for 3 seconds like someone tried to draw from the core. You seeing the same up there?" Reyes doesn't answer. Her eyes stay locked on the frozen symbols, the single word hanging between them. "Come." And in the brief silence before she can speak, Kieran swears he hears the whisper again, faint, threaded through the ship itself. Kieran. The comms deck is quiet, but for the low whir of processors chewing numbers. Graphs crawl across 3 displays at once, timing intervals, Doppler shifts, angles measured in decimals small enough to make the eyes ache. Kieran sits hunched forward, fingers drumming on the console, watching calculations spool. His throat is raw, his eyes sanded down from too many sleepless hours. Beside him, Varga leans back in his chair, too calm, like a man waiting for the final card in a hand he already knows he'll win. "There," Varga says, tapping a data column as it locks into place. "Do you see it?" Kieran frowns. "Delays off." "Not off. Impossible." Varga leans closer, voice a low, satisfied hum. "At this distance, a transmission from Earth should lag years behind. 4, at least. This," he taps again, harder, "is near instantaneous." Kieran's stomach twists. He reruns the numbers, praying for error. But the math holds. The signal isn't crawling through light years of void. It's coming from close. How close? His voice is barely a whisper. "Vector analysis," Varga says, pulling another graph into view. He overlays angles, corrections, orbital paths. The lines converge not behind them, not trailing earthward, but forward, out into the dark ahead. Kieran stares, throat dry. "No, that's wrong. It can't be ahead of us." "Wrong as Earth," Varga murmurs. His eyes gleam in the glow of the display. "This is truth. The broadcast doesn't come from what we left behind. It comes from what waits in front." The screen pulses with the beacon rhythm, steady, patient, undeniable. Kieran feels cold sink into his bones. The voice, the flames, his mother. It hadn't reached back across the stars. It had been waiting for them to arrive. He shoves back from the console, chair screeching across the floor. "We have to tell the captain." Varga smiles faintly, like that had been the goal all along. "Of course," he says. "Let's give her the truth." The briefing chamber is colder tonight, though the temperature hasn't changed. Condensation beads faintly on the water carafe in the center of the table, a small, irrelevant proof that the ship's climate control is working even while everything else feels like it's failing. Reyes sits at the head, shoulders squared, jaw locked. Chen arrives first, crisp and furious, posture screaming readiness for a fight. Jonah slouches in after, muttering darkly, his jumpsuit stained with grease. Noor follows with quiet caution, eyes flicking to Kieran the moment she enters. Kieran himself hovers near the far end of the table, pale, exhausted. Varga strolls in last, almost buoyant, as though he's delivering a sermon. Reyes doesn't waste words. "Doctor, show them." Varga calls up the projections. Data columns cascade across the main display, arcs of colored lines converging on a single point. His voice is steady, almost serene. The signal does not originate from Earth. Its delay time is too short. Its vector angle is forward, not behind. Every model confirms it. Chen's arms snap across her chest. "Forward? You're telling me this ghost isn't even pretending to be from home?" "Not a ghost," Varga corrects gently, like a teacher to a stubborn child. "An architect. Someone, or something, that wants us to believe, to follow. Noor leans in, voice careful. If it's not from Earth, then Earth might still be. She trails off, unable to finish. Jonah finishes for her, voice bitter. Alive. The word hangs, heavy, half hope and half curse. Kieran forces himself to speak, though his voice trembles. It's not a message from what we left. It's bait, a lure in the dark, dressed up like home. Chen slams her hand flat on the table. So we've been dissecting lies, feeding them into the ship, letting it crawl into our systems while we argue. Varga smiles faintly. Lies reveal more than truth ever does. Consider what it shows us about the liar. Chen rounds on him. You're enjoying this. I'm learning, Varga replies. His eyes gleam in the glow of the data. And knowledge is survival. Knowledge is death, Chen spits. Enough, Reyes cuts in. Her voice is low but firm, steel under strain. The fact stands. The signal did not come from Earth. Our mission continues as planned, but from this moment, no one pretends we're chasing home. We're walking into something else. Her gaze sweeps the table, daring any to break. None do. But the silence that follows is thick, fractured, full of ghosts that suddenly seem far too close. The briefing chamber feels smaller with the data still glowing on the wall, the lines converging on that impossible point ahead of them. Chen is the first to break the silence. Her voice is clipped, a weapon honed. We shut it down, purge the comms array, wipe every trace. If it isn't Earth, it's an attack. Treat it as such. Noor exhales, slow and deliberate, as if steadying herself. Or it's a chance. If Earth is still alive, if the signal is a mask, we owe it to ourselves to peel it back, to find what's behind it. Behind it? Chen's laugh is sharp and joyless. You've seen what's behind it. Fake skylines, stolen voices. You think there's a gift waiting under that skin? There's teeth. Noor meets her glare. Or there's truth. Maybe not the truth it wants us to see, but truth all the same. If we cut ourselves off, we blindfold in the dark. Jonah leans back in his chair, rubbing a grease-stained hand over his face. His voice is low, tired, but it lands like a hammer. What if it's not human at all? The words hang. The hum of the ship seems louder in the pause. Kieran swallows hard. He wants to argue, but the whisper of his mother's voice lingers in his ears, a reminder that something out there knows him. Varga tilts his head, almost smiling. If it isn't human, then we've already made first contact. What a privilege. Chen snaps toward him. You call this privilege? Varga's eyes glitter. The alternative is insignificance. Reyes slams her palm flat on the table. The sound cracks through the chamber. Enough. This division helps nothing. But even as her voice fills the room, the split is carved deep. Chen's eyes hard with fury, Noor's with quiet defiance, Jonah's with unease, Kieran's with haunted doubt. Varga only smiles, as if every fracture is a note in the song he wants to hear. The chamber empties, but Kieran lingers in the comms deck, the glow of the displays painting his face in sickly blue. He's replaying the raw feed, combing through layers, dragging filters back and forth until his vision swims. There, beneath the chaos, beneath the voice, beneath everything, something faint. A pulse. He isolates it, boosts gain. The screen steadies into a thin, sharp rhythm, a single spike every few seconds, not noise, too clean, too deliberate. Captain, he whispers, before he even realizes he's summoned her. Moments later, Reyes steps in, Chen on her heels, Noor and Jonah following like shadows. Varga is already there, as if waiting. Kieran points at the readout, throat tight. It's under everything. A carrier signal. Narrow band, precise. The pulses march across the screen, steady, relentless. Chen frowns. So? It's not random, Kieran says. His voice shakes. It's not even a message. It's a lock, a beacon. Noor leans closer, whispering, You mean it's watching us? Kieran nods, unable to look away. Not just watching. Tracking. Every pulse lines to our trajectory. It knows exactly where we are, exactly where we're going. Jonah mutters a curse under his breath. So it's not just calling. It's guiding. Chen steps forward, eyes sharp, hand hovering near her holster, as though she could shoot the waveform off the glass. Then it already has us. We're the fish, the hook set. Varga's smile is small, unsettling. Or perhaps the door is already open, and we are merely walking through. Reyes doesn't speak at first. She stares at the rhythm on the screen, each pulse steady as a heartbeat. Her own pulse answers in her throat. For the first time, she feels the weight not of command, but of being prey. The pulses keep scrolling across the screen, steady, patient, unchanging. Every second another spike. Every spike another reminder. They are seen. Reyes stands rigid at the head of the room, eyes fixed on the readout. Her voice is steady when it comes, but the crew can hear the tension in the steel. From this moment, the comms deck is under total lockout. Core systems cut. No bleed to navigation, no link to engineering. We isolate the signal in a box, and it stays there. Chen exhales, sharp with relief. Finally. Noor folds her arms, voice quiet but insistent. And what happens when the box isn't enough? Reyes ignores the question. Her gaze stays on the pulse, that patient, mocking rhythm. This ship will not be steered by ghosts. We chart our own course. Jonah mutters, Then why does it feel like it's already steering us? Varga leans back, faint smile tugging his lips. Because it is. Reyes turns on him, eyes flaring. Not another word, Doctor. The silence that follows is heavy, suffocating. The crew files out one by one, Chen crisp and satisfied, Noor frowning, Jonah shaking his head, Varga smirking as though he's already won. Kieran lingers a moment longer, staring at the pulse. He whispers, almost inaudible, It knows my name. Reyes doesn't answer. She waits until the iris hisses shut and she's alone. The pulses scroll on, steady, inevitable. She leans closer to the console, jaw tight, heart pounding. For just a breath, she swears the rhythm changes, slows, deepens, matching the beat in her own chest. Watching her, answering her. She kills the display with a sharp command. The silence that follows is worse. The Artemis hums as always, steady, deep, alive. But tonight the hum feels off, as if another frequency hides beneath it, whispering. Kieran notices it first. The corridor lights flicker as he walks, not random, but steady. 3 blinks, pause, 3 blinks, pause. The same rhythm as the beacon pulse. He stops, heart in his throat, waiting to see if it breaks pattern. It doesn't. When the door to the comms deck hisses open, it lags 3 full seconds before responding. He presses his palm against the panel, whispering to himself, Come on. The metal vibrates under his hand, faint but certain, like it's thinking. Then the iris opens with a reluctant sigh. Inside, one of the secondary comms panels glows faintly. He hadn't touched it. No one had. Its status lights cycle through colors like a heartbeat. By the time Jonah arrives, summoned by Kieran's panicked call, the engineer is already scowling, wiping sweat and grease from his brow. He crouches by the panel, runs a scanner, mutters under his breath in Polish. "Well?" Kieran asks, too fast, too nervous. Jonah straightens, face drawn. "Core systems are stable. Engines are fine. Life support's clean, but..." He taps the scanner. "Auxiliary circuits are humming like they've got company. Not power surges, not bleed. Something's riding the wires." Kieran swallows hard. Riding them? Like a ghost current. Jonah wipes his hands on his jumpsuit. I've seen bad code eat a system before, but this is different. It's like it knows where to go. It's smart. As if on cue, the lights overhead flicker again. 3 blinks. Pause. 3 blinks. The rhythm pounds against Kieran's skull like a drumbeat. Jonah's gaze flicks upward. "Yeah," he mutters. "That's not the ship talking." Kieran whispers, barely audible. "Then who is it?" Neither of them answer. The PA crackles to life in the corridor outside hydroponics. Noor stops mid-step, hand frozen on the railing. At first it's just static, soft, wet, crawling. Then it shapes itself into syllables. Not words, not yet. She tilts her head, heart thudding. The noise bends, warps, and suddenly she hears Kieran's voice. But it's wrong. "Don't be afraid," it says. Her stomach drops, because Kieran isn't here, and the tone, soft, coaxing, doesn't sound like him at all. The speakers pop, and silence returns. Noor backs away slowly, fingers digging into the railing until her nails ache. She finds Kieran minutes later in the comms deck. He's pale, jittery, hair plastered damp to his forehead. He doesn't even look surprised when she tells him. "It's not just you," he says, voice shaking. "I heard Chen, through the PA in the maintenance corridor. She was giving orders, but twisted. Words she'd never say. I thought maybe I was losing it, but..." His voice trails off. Both of them look up as the ceiling speaker clicks alive. Static a low grind. Then a voice threads through, stretched thin, familiar, yet mutilated. "Reyes." "Open the door," the PA whispers. "Let it in." Noor goes rigid. Kieran's breath rattles. The deck door hisses. Chen storms in, catching the last echoes. Her eyes narrow instantly. "What the hell are you two doing now?" "It wasn't us," Kieran blurts. "It was the PA. It was the captain's voice." Chen cuts him off with a sharp gesture. "Hallucinations. You've been staring at the noise too long." Noor's face is pale but fierce. "Don't dismiss it. We both heard it." Chen opens her mouth to argue. Then it happens. The PA bursts to life again, louder this time. No distortion, no mimicry, just one word, dragged low, metallic, inhuman. "Come." The sound rattles the panels, vibrating the air. Chen freezes, hand twitching toward her sidearm. Noor's pulse spikes until she thinks she might faint. Kieran clamps his hands over his ears, but the voice burrows through anyway. When silence finally returns, it's worse than the noise. Chen lowers her hand slowly, eyes wide despite herself. For once, she has nothing to say. Reyes finds Jonah waiting for her outside the bridge, shoulders hunched, grease smeared across his forearms like war paint. He doesn't salute. He just grips the railing, jaw locked tight. "Talk," Reyes says. Jonah glances down the corridor to make sure it's empty. Then he leans close, voice low and urgent. It's spreading. Comms arrays are bleeding into auxiliaries, then into junction nodes. I traced power flux in the nav grid. Looked like a phantom draw. You see where I'm going? Reyes's expression doesn't flicker. Say it. If we let it keep crawling, it'll find its way into navigation. Then life support. It'll own the ship, Captain. His voice drops, rough as gravel. I've seen bad code gut a whole system before. You can't patch something that thinks faster than you can. You cut it out. Burn it. Reyes folds her arms. Your solution? Sever communications. Not digitally, physically. Rip the guts out. Cut every line between the antenna and the core. We go deaf, we go blind, but we keep the ship breathing. For a moment, the only sound is the low thrum of the Artemis around them. Reyes stares past him, her jaw working. The comms system isn't just a link to Earth. It's their ears in the void. The only way to map hazards, track signals, listen for threats. Blindness in deep space is death by inches. Jonah sees her hesitation. His voice hardens. You've got to pick which kind of death you want. The one waiting in the dark, or the one already inside. Her eyes finally meet his. For the first time, he sees uncertainty there. She doesn't answer. Not yet. The officers gather in the bridge briefing alcove, the ship's dim cycle light casting everyone in bruised shadows. The tension is a wire pulled too tight. Jonah is blunt, voice low but unshaking. We cut comms out of the ship, rip the wires, fry the boards. We go blind. Yeah, but at least we'll be alive to curse about it. Chen doesn't wait a beat. Agreed. This thing is already inside. Every second we leave the system intact, we're letting it choose which vein to follow next. Kieran stiffens in his seat. You can't just tear it out. That's our only way to hear what's happening. To hear it, Chen snaps back. And look where that's gotten you, Holt. Noor cuts in, voice quiet but cutting. Voices through the PA, familiar tones. It isn't just intrusion. It's communication. Maybe crude, maybe manipulative, but contact nonetheless. We don't destroy the first real attempt to reach us in deep space because we're afraid. Jonah lets out a dark chuckle. Lady, I've been afraid plenty. Fear keeps you alive. Pride in the face of infection gets you buried. Chen jabs a finger across the table. You hear that? Even he, Mr. Cynical, knows it's suicide to let this run. Varga, who has been listening with unnerving calm, finally speaks. His voice is smooth, almost gentle. You are all fools. Do you think you'll escape by closing your ears? That blindness protects you from the hunter. Knowledge is survival. Understanding is leverage. Destroy comms, and we sever the only thread connecting us to what waits ahead. We'll drift ignorant into its jaws. Chen rounds on him. You want to keep feeding it? Invite it deeper? Varga smiles faintly. I want to hear what it says next. Reyes raises her hand. The voices die, but the fracture remains. Her gaze sweeps them all. Chen fierce, Noor resolute, Jonah grim, Varga enthralled, Kieran silent and pale, staring at nothing. She doesn't speak yet, because there is no order she can give that won't break someone in half. The bridge is a nest of shadows and low light, consoles blinking with quiet patience. The officers are still arrayed like opposing armies. Chen rigid at Reyes's right, Noor poised and watchful across from her, Jonah leaning on the railing like a weary executioner, Varga lounging with a smirk that dares them to choose wrong. Kieran sits at the comms station, hands buried in his lap, trying not to tremble. The argument hasn't even cooled when the ship makes its move. A tone pings across the consoles, low, mechanical, authoritative. On the navigation display, a new vector appears, not requested, not logged. A course correction, subtle but steady, angling the Artemis 5 degrees starboard, directly toward the beacon's source. "Who authorized that?" Chen barks. Reyes snaps, "No one. Holt. Cancel it." Kieran scrambles, fingers flying across his console. "It's locked. I can't." Jonah curses, slamming to the nav station. "Move." He shoves Kieran aside, hands working fast, digging through override protocols. His jaw clenches. It's not responding. The ship hums louder, the engines answering an order no human gave. The stars outside the viewport shift fraction by fraction as the Artemis bends toward the dark ahead. Reyes grips the railing, voice sharp. "Override it now!" Jonah growls, muscles straining against the console as if force might break code. Then, suddenly, the resistance falls away. The display snaps back to manual control. The new vector blinks red. Cancelled. The ship steadies. The hum subsides. Silence. Kieran's breath rattles. Noor presses her hands flat on the table, knuckles white. Chen's eyes are hard, unreadable. Varga smiles. "See?" he says softly, almost in awe. "It doesn't just want to speak. It wants to steer." Reyes doesn't answer. Her eyes stay fixed on the stars ahead, on the black that now feels less like distance and more like a waiting mouth. The bridge lights are dimmed to conserve power, but the shadows they cast make the crew look more like enemies than shipmates. Reyes stands at the forward console, hands braced on the steel, gaze locked hard on the starfield ahead. Her posture screams control, but her silence betrays the weight of it slipping. "Report," she says. One word, flat and sharp. Jonah answers first, arms crossed, grease smeared into the lines of his forearms. Engineering nodes keep twitching. Circuits that should be dead light up for a second, then go dark. No damage yet, but it feels like the ship's thinking ahead of me. I don't like machines that think. Chen doesn't wait for her turn. We've wasted enough time. Holt's compromised, and so is Noor. He hears ghosts. She defends him, and the two of them are dragging this crew into hysteria. Relieve them both. Kieran stiffens in his chair, face blanching. "That's not—" Noor leans forward, voice sharp. "What you call hysteria is contact. Something real is in the signal. He's not compromised. He's connected." Chen's lip curls. "Connected is what you call it. I call it infected." Varga finally speaks, his tone smooth and unsettling. "And I call it chosen." He turns toward Reyes, eyes glittering. "Don't you see? The signal reveals itself only through Holt. He is the lens. Remove him, and we blind ourselves completely." Chen slams her fist against the table. "Or remove him, and we save ourselves from being puppets." "Enough," Reyes snaps, but the word feels thinner than before, stretched taut over too many cracks. The silence that follows is jagged. Noor's eyes burn with quiet fury. Chen's glare is sharp enough to cut. Jonah just shakes his head, muttering something about ghosts in machines. Varga leans back, faint smile never leaving his face. And Kieran. Kieran sits small, shoulders hunched, staring at the floor as though the deck might open up beneath him. Reyes realizes the truth as she looks at them. There is no unity left here, no cohesion to salvage. The best she can do is hold the fracture in her hands and pray it doesn't split completely. Kieran lingers in the maintenance corridor long after the others have left the bridge. The hum of the Artemis presses close in the silence, steady as a heartbeat. He rests his hand on the wall, grounding himself, reminding himself it's just steel, just circuitry. Then the steel speaks. His name, faint but undeniable. Kieran. He jerks back as if burned. His pulse rockets, throat tight. He presses his palms flat against his ears, but the sound doesn't fade. It's not coming through the air. It's inside the hull, vibrating through the metal, rattling in his bones. Kieran. The syllables stretch, wrong and familiar all at once. He stumbles backward down the corridor, muttering, "No, no, no," as though saying it might banish the sound. But the wall behind him hums with another whisper. "Help me." He runs. His boots pound against the deck until he nearly collides with Noor outside the medbay. She catches his arm, steadying him. "Kieran, what happened?" His face is pale, sheen of sweat on his brow. It's in the walls now. Not the PA. The walls. It said my name. His voice breaks on the last word. Noor's grip tightens. She opens her mouth to calm him, but hesitates, because her own confession sits heavy on her tongue. "I've been hearing it too," she says softly. Kieran blinks, breath ragged. "What?" Her eyes glint in the low light, steady but shaken. My own voice. Whispering things I haven't said, things I wouldn't say, like it's learning how to wear me. The air between them feels too thin, charged with static. Kieran whispers, "Then it's already inside us." Noor doesn't answer. She doesn't have to. Reyes retreats to the captain's quarters, the dim light of the starfield painting long lines across the bulkhead. She allows herself one breath, two, before the door chimes. She already knows who it is. "Enter," she says. Jonah steps in, filling the space with the smell of engine grease and sweat. He doesn't sit. He just plants himself in front of her desk, arms crossed like a barricade. His face is harder than usual, less weary cynicism, and more raw strain. "We need to end this," he says. Reyes leans back in her chair, gaze steady. "You've made that clear." "No, you don't get it." His voice sharpens, a rasp pulled tight. "This ship's haunted. Nodes flicker before I touch 'em. Diagnostics log commands nobody gave. I watch breakers reset themselves like the damn hull knows I'm coming." Reyes's jaw tightens, but she keeps her tone level. "Glitches. Glitches don't say your name through the steel." His voice cracks, low and fierce. "Captain, I've kept machines alive longer than I've kept marriages, and I'm telling you, this isn't circuits anymore. It's something else wearing them." The silence between them hums like tension in the wiring. Jonah leans forward, bracing his hands on the desk. "Give me clearance. I'll take a torch to the comms guts myself, sever it clean. No more bleed, no more voices. You can't reason with infection, Reyes. You cut it out." Her eyes hold his. Command is supposed to be certainty, but for a moment, she lets him see the shadow of her doubt. Then her voice hardens. "Not yet." Jonah stares, disbelief flashing across his features. "Not yet? What the hell are you waiting for? It to start steering our air supply?" Reyes doesn't flinch. "I said no." Dismissed. He breathes through his teeth, shaking his head. "When the ship starts choosing for you, Captain, don't say I didn't warn you." He leaves, the hiss of the iris sharp as a curse. Reyes sits in the silence after, her hands clenched tight on the desk, the hum of the Artemis sounding more and more like a heartbeat that isn't hers. The observation deck is empty at this cycle, a black sweep of stars framed by reinforced glass. Kieran sits slumped in one of the chairs, face pale in the starlight, staring not at the void, but at his reflection, thin, haunted, unfamiliar. "You look like you've seen God," Varga says behind him. Kieran flinches. He hadn't heard the door. Varga moves closer, hands clasped behind his back, his steps unhurried, his presence deliberate. "It's not God," Kieran mutters, not looking up. "Then what is it?" Varga asks, his voice soft, almost indulgent. Kieran shakes his head. "It's wrong. It knows things it shouldn't. It—" He stops, fists tightening on his knees. "It wore my mother's voice." Varga circles him slowly, like a lecturer moving through a classroom. "Yes, because it knows you. Of all of us, it speaks to you. Not Chen, not Noor, not Reyes. You." Kieran looks up, startled. "That doesn't make me chosen. That makes me compromised." "Does it?" Varga tilts his head, eyes glinting in the low light. "Or does it make you necessary? The symbols revealed themselves only when you watched. The voice bent itself to your memory. It opened to you. That isn't compromise, Holt. That is invitation." Kieran's throat works. "Why me?" "Because you listened," Varga says simply. His smile is faint, unsettling. The rest of them, deaf with fear. You, though, you let it in. Kieran presses his palms to his temples. "I didn't want to let it in." Varga crouches beside him now, voice low, intimate. "Want has nothing to do with it. It chose you, and if you're wise, you'll choose it back. There is a revelation waiting, not destruction, understanding." For a long moment, Kieran doesn't speak. His reflection in the glass looks back at him, thin, hollow-eyed, and trembling with a question he doesn't want answered. When he finally whispers, his voice shakes. "What if you're wrong?" Varga's smile widens, just slightly. "Then we are all already lost." The comms deck is darker than usual, most panels in standby, a precaution from Reyes's lockout order. But the place hums like a nest of insects, faint pulses running under the silence. Chen enters first, movements sharp, jaw clenched. Jonah is right behind her, lugging a case of tools, real ones, heavy and physical, not digital. His face is grim. "Fast," Chen mutters, before Reyes changes her mind. Jonah sets the case down, flipping it open with a metallic snap. A plasma cutter gleams in the low light. The iris hisses open again. Noor steps in, stopping short when she sees the cutter. Her face tightens. "What are you doing?" "Ending this," Chen says flatly. "You'll cripple the ship," Noor fires back. "No," Jonah rumbles, already checking the cutter's charge. "We'll save it." Better blind than puppeted. Noor steps forward, voice sharp now. "You destroy that system. You cut our only line to what's out there, to what's trying to speak." Chen's eyes flash. "You still think it's speaking?" "It's wearing us. Can't you hear it?" "I hear it," Noor snaps, "and that's why we can't ignore it. If it's inside, tearing wires won't stop it. It'll only make us helpless." The iris opens again, Kieran this time. He freezes at the sight. Jonah with the cutter, Noor in front of him, Chen ready to draw her sidearm if it comes to that. His stomach lurches. "Kieran," Chen says sharply. "Tell her. You've heard what it does. You know it needs to be cut out. Noor turns to him, eyes searching. Don't let them blind us. If you destroy it, we'll never know what it wants. His throat closes. Both voices claw at him. Safety versus understanding. His legs feel locked. And then the iris opens once more. Varga glides in, eyes glinting. He surveys the tableau and smiles faintly, like a conductor pleased to find the orchestra already tuned. Beautiful, he murmurs. Division ripens truth. Chen rounds on him. Stay out of this. But Varga only looks at Kieran. You know better than anyone. This is revelation. Don't let them kill the messenger. Kieran's mouth opens, no words forming. The hum of the comms deck grows louder, as though the ship itself is listening. Noor steps closer to Jonah, blocking his path. Put it down! Chen snaps. Step aside. Jonah grips the cutter tighter. Noor squares her shoulders. Chen's hand hovers near her weapon. Varga just smiles, waiting for the spark. The iris hisses open again, Reyes this time. She takes in the scene in a single breath, cutter raised, Noor blocking, Chen poised, Kieran trembling, Varga watching. Stand down, she barks, but the word doesn't land the way it once did. Chen's eyes stay locked on Noor, Jonah's knuckles whiten on the cutter, and Kieran can't move at all. Reyes feels it then, in her bones. Command has slipped. The mutiny hasn't begun, but it's here. The bridge feels brittle, like one hard word could shatter it. Reyes stands at the command dais, hands clasped behind her back, posture sharp enough to draw blood. The officers are arrayed before her, shadows etched deep across their faces. Her voice is clear, steady, the way it always is when she issues orders. From this moment, all crew operate under full lockdown protocol. No one enters comms without my clearance, no exceptions. She expects silence, obedience. Instead, Chen's voice cuts across the room like a blade. With respect, Captain, your clearance doesn't protect us. Holt's been compromised. Noor's defending him, and Varga's practically begging to let the infection in. You want protocol? Relieve them. The words hang heavy. Kieran flinches, staring at the deck. Noor's lips part in disbelief. Varga only smiles faintly, as though he's been waiting for this. Reyes's gaze hardens. Lieutenant, that's enough. But Chen doesn't back down. Her chin lifts, voice sharp. We've followed your orders, Captain, and all it's done is give the thing more room to crawl. If you won't act, others will. Jonah steps forward, slow and deliberate. His voice is rough, but steady. She's right. You're losing this ship, Reyes. You keep playing cautious while it writes itself into our systems. At some point, survival means cutting away the rot, not watching it spread. The deck hums, low and oppressive, as though the ship itself is listening. Noor interjects, calm but taut. And at what cost? You rip out comms, you blind us. You cut out Kieran. You lose the only one who can even hear it properly. You're not saving us. You're gutting us. Saving us from what? Chen fires back. You can't reason with a knife while it's already in your ribs. Varga laughs softly, almost gently. You see knives. I see scripture. This is revelation, and you quarrel like children over whether to look. Chen whirls on him, hand twitching toward her sidearm. One more word out of you. Enough! Reyes's voice cuts through, louder than she intended. Silence follows, but it's fragile, brittle. She looks at them, all of them. Chen's glare, Jonah's grim certainty, Noor's quiet defiance. Varga's unsettling calm, Kieran's silent tremble. They are no longer a crew. They are factions. And she is standing on glass, commanding nothing but the cracks. The Artemis has always had its quirks. The occasional lag in an iris door, a faint delay in the recycling vents. But now the ship feels different, responsive, aware. Noor notices it first in medbay. She moves toward the supply locker, lips pursed in thought, and the door slides open before she touches it. For a second she just stares, frozen, before reaching in with trembling fingers. The hatch closes again the moment she steps back, like it was waiting for her. Elsewhere, Jonah curses in engineering as diagnostic screens flip without his input. Commands spool across the glass faster than he can follow, a blur of characters too precise to be random. He slams a fist against the console and the screen goes blank, as if offended. On the bridge, Chen stands rigid as the overhead lights pulse faintly in rhythm with her words, each syllable punctuated with a flicker. When she stops talking, the lights steady. She doesn't mention it aloud, but her hand doesn't stray far from her weapon for the rest of her shift. And Kieran feels it the strongest. He walks the lower corridor alone, the hum of the engines thrumming through the hull. As he passes the junction, the hum deepens. Not random vibration, something tuned. It falls into rhythm with his footsteps. He stops. The hum stops. He takes one tentative step forward. The hum answers. Kieran. He staggers back, breath caught. This isn't the PA, not speakers. The ship itself. The vibration of metal. The hum of circuits, the voice of the Artemis wearing the whisper. For the first time he feels certain it knows him. Not just his name, him. It begins on the bridge, during a lull in argument. Reyes is mid-sentence. From this moment, no one enters engineering without... The intercom clicks alive with a sharp pop. Permission, it finishes. Her own voice, distorted, stretched, but unmistakably hers. The room freezes. The intercom crackles again, this time with Chen's voice, clipped, sharp, a perfect imitation. Cut it out. Burn it. Chen goes rigid. That's not... The speakers hiss, then spill Jonah's voice, rough and weary. Machines that think faster than you. Jonah's face drains of color. Then Noor's voice. Trust me. Soft, coaxing, the same words she admitted hearing before. Noor presses a hand to her mouth, trembling. Kieran stumbles back from his console, shaking his head. Stop. Stop it. The intercom answers with his mother's voice, raw and broken. Kieran. Baby. His knees buckle. He grips the console, breath ragged, as if the ship has just reached into his skull. And then, silence. The bridge is still, every crew member staring at the ceiling speakers as though they'd sprout teeth. Varga is the first to move. Slowly he spreads his hands, eyes gleaming in the dim light. His voice is soft, almost reverent. It speaks. No, Chen snaps, voice shaking despite her steel. It mimics. The intercom pops once more, distortion scraping the air. Then a single word emerges, low and unified, not any of their voices. Listening. The ship hums with it, the word vibrating in their bones. For the first time, none of them can pretend. It isn't outside anymore. It's here. The lower decks buzz with whispers. Colonists gather in dim-lit corridors, faces pale, eyes darting. Some swear they've heard voices in their quarters. Others claim the ship hums their names when they sleep. Chen moves among them like a blade, sharp and certain, her presence anchoring their fear. Jonah lingers nearby, silent, heavy, his grease-stained hands folded across his chest. "Captain's stalling," Chen tells them, voice clipped. "Every second she hesitates, this thing digs deeper. You've seen the lights. You've heard the voices. If Reyes won't act, we will. We cut the comms. We burn the infection. We take our ship back." No one cheers, but heads nod. The quiet assent of people who want to believe in a knife solution. Noor finds Reyes in her quarters, the door locked behind them. She leans in, voice hushed but urgent. "They're moving, Captain." Chen and Jonah. "They're rallying the colonists. If you don't act, they'll go for the comms array themselves." Reyes's expression stays hard, but her eyes betray the weight pressing down on her. "If I clamp down, I fracture the crew completely." "You already have," Noor says softly. The silence that follows is worse than argument. Meanwhile, in the observation deck, Kieran sits alone with Varga. The stars spread out before them, cold and infinite. "You can feel it, can't you?" Varga says, voice low and coaxing. Kieran's hands grip the armrests. "I don't want to." "But you do. It's chosen you. The voice, the symbols, the whispers in the steel. It reveals itself to you." Kieran shakes his head, trembling. "I don't want it." Varga leans closer, eyes gleaming in the starlight. "Want doesn't matter. Chosen is chosen. You can fight it, or you can embrace it. But either way, the path leads through you." Kieran swallows hard, throat dry. For the first time, the thought worms into him like poison. What if Varga is right? The confrontation happens in the heart of the comms deck, the air thick with the low, insectile hum of systems in lockdown. Chen stands tall, hand resting near her sidearm. Jonah looms beside her, plasma cutter slung in one hand like a sledgehammer. A small knot of colonists hover behind them, uncertain but hungry for direction. Reyes enters alone, posture rigid, every line of her body carved from steel. The iris seals shut behind her with a hiss that sounds almost final. "You're done," she says. No preamble, no softening, just command. Chen's eyes narrow. "We're done waiting, Captain." "Every second you stall, this thing spreads deeper. We're taking the ship back before it owns us." "This is my ship," Reyes snaps. "You don't get to decide when to cut it apart." Jonah shifts his weight, the plasma cutter whining faintly as it charges. "With respect, Reyes, you lost the ship the second it started talking through our walls." The colonists murmur, restless. Noor's warnings echo in the captain's mind. The fracture isn't coming. It's already here. Chen takes a step forward. "Last chance. Step aside." Reyes squares her shoulders, unyielding. "You want to mutiny, Lieutenant? Then say it to my face." The air is tight, brittle, seconds from snapping. And then the ship decides for them. Alarm scream, shrill and deafening. Red lights flood the deck, painting every face in blood. Consoles lock themselves, glass flaring with cascading symbols. The intercom cracks alive, not with whispers, not with mimicry. Something bigger, louder, unified. "Come!" The word booms across every deck, every corridor, every chamber of the Artemis. It rattles teeth in skulls, vibrates through bone. Colonists drop to their knees, clutching their heads. Jonah stumbles back, cutter clattering against the deck. Chen's hand twitches near her weapon, but even she is frozen. Reyes stands rigid, every nerve screaming, as if the command were aimed directly at her spine. The hum of the ship deepens. Not a vessel anymore. A mouth. The echoes of the word still shiver through the steel. Come. It clings to the walls, to the air, to their bones, as if the ship is still vibrating with it. The colonists huddle in the comms deck, eyes wide, whispering frantic prayers and curses. Some rock in place, hands over ears, though the voice has already gone. Fear spreads fast, snapping like a brush fire. Chen doesn't waste it. She strides into their panic, shoulders squared, her voice cutting sharp as a blade. You heard it. You all heard it. This isn't a warning. It's an invasion. The captain hesitates, but we don't. We burn it out, here, now. Jonah hefts the plasma cutter from the deck, its whine splitting the murmurs. His face is grim, teeth clenched. Cut the array, kill the infection, before it kills us. A ripple of nods moves through the colonists. Fear bends into resolve under the weight of Chen's certainty. On the edge of the group, Kieran trembles, his chest tight. He can still feel the whisper curling in his skull. Not gone. Never gone. Chen's eyes cut to him like a knife. There, she spits, jabbing a finger. You all know it speaks through him. It chose him. We cut the comms, and we cut its hold on him. Kieran's mouth opens, no sound coming out. A wave of colonists turn toward him, their fear twisting into suspicion. Noor reacts first. She shoves through the knot of bodies, grabs Kieran by the wrist. Move! She hisses. He stumbles after her, almost dragged as she forces a path toward the iris. Chen's voice snaps across the deck. Stop them! But Noor glares back, eyes blazing. Touch him and you'll answer to me. The colonists hesitate, their fear colliding with her fury. In the moment of stillness, the iris hisses open, and Noor yanks Kieran through. Behind them, Chen's voice rises over the murmur of the colonists, sharp as fire. We end this tonight! The iris seals, leaving the hum of the ship pressing close around them, the pulse of its voice still echoing faintly through the steel. Reyes storms out of the bridge, boots striking steel, fury burning in her chest. Chen has gone too far, rousing colonists, turning suspicion into revolt. If she doesn't cut it off now, command is finished. She reaches the first iris door, slams her palm against the panel. Nothing. The circle of steel stares back at her, inert. She hits it again. Override. Reyes, Captain. Authorization Delta 17. The panel chirps. Red. Denied. Her jaw tightens. She tries again, faster, sharper, spitting every override code drilled into her since Academy days. Each one returns the same flat denial. The hum of the Artemis rises, subtle, taunting. Bridge. She snaps into her comm. Chen has gone below. I need doors open now. Silence. She checks the channel. Still Lev, still connected. But no answer. She slams her fist against the door, the steel ringing under the blow. Open, damn you! And then, faint, almost playful, the iris hisses, but not to open for her. It opens a slit wide enough for her to glimpse the corridor beyond, empty. Then seals itself again, locking with a hiss that sounds too much like laughter. Reyes stands frozen, pulse thundering, the realization sinking in cold and heavy. The ship isn't broken. It's choosing. Her. Not allowed. For the first time since launch, Captain Reyes feels like a prisoner aboard her own vessel. The comms deck hums with static glow. Console lights pulse faintly, out of rhythm with one another, as though the ship is breathing. Chen and Jonah have already stormed deeper into the guts of the array with their makeshift crew, but not everyone followed. A dozen colonists linger, pale and restless, staring at the walls like they expect them to whisper again. Varga steps among them with the poise of a priest in a ruined temple, his hands spread wide, his smile soft and knowing. "You felt it," he says. Not asking, stating, "You heard it." The door's opening, the system's alive. You saw the captain herself denied. And what does that mean? No one answers. Eyes flick toward the sealed iris, then back to him. It means the ship has chosen. Varga continues, voice low, coaxing. Not all are meant to pass. Not all are meant to hear. The steel itself obeys a will greater than ours. One colonist mutters, "It locked us in." Varga steps closer, voice gentling. "No, it kept you. Held you where you belong, safe, chosen. Those outside, those who rage, who cut, who fight, they are not meant to understand. But you are here." The hum of the ship deepens, almost on cue, as though answering his words. Several colonists flinch, but they don't move away. Varga smiles. "Do you see? It listens. It shapes. This is not invasion. It is revelation. The vessel is no longer just metal. It is mouth. It hungers, yes, but hunger is not cruelty. Hunger is purpose." The words ripple through the group like oil spreading across water. Some cross their arms tighter, resisting, but a few lower their heads, as though afraid to be caught doubting. The ship pulses again, the lights flickering in a single rhythm. 3 long, steady beats. Varga lifts his chin, eyes gleaming. And the purpose is clear. Come. The colonists shiver. Not all believe, but some do. And some is enough. The warning reaches them as a hiss through the comms. Jonah's voice, ragged and clipped. "Captain, oxygen's throttling. Deck 4's down 15% and dropping. Vents aren't clogged. The flow's choked, like the damn ship's pinching the lines." Reyes grips the console edge until her knuckles blanch. "Stabilize it." "I'm trying," Jonah growls. Sparks spit behind him, the sound of tools clattering on steel. "But every time I open one valve, another slams shut. It's fighting me." The channel crackles. Another voice cuts in, Chen sharp and furious. "Do you hear it now? It's killing us. This is the proof. We cut the comms array now, or we don't breathe long enough to argue about it." Her words are punctuated by a low moan through the hull, the groan of gravity flickering. In the corridors, colonists stumble as their stomachs lift, then slam down again when the pull snaps back. Noor catches Kieran against the wall, her arms bracing him as the artificial gravity wavers once more. The boy gasps, pale, trembling. "It knows," he whispers. "It knows we're fighting it." Chen's voice roars over the comms, carried everywhere now. "This isn't a ship anymore. It's a throat. And we're inside it." Her words ignite the colonists like kindling. Panic surges, voices rising, bodies pressing against sealed doors. And then Varga's voice cuts through, calm and terrible, echoing from the comms deck. "No, not a throat, a gate. It tests us. It weighs us. The weak suffocate, the strong endure. Those who believe will pass through." The gravity steadies with a jolt. The airflow hisses louder in Deck 4, vents opening just enough to stave off collapse. The ship relents. A silence follows, full of panting, sobbing breaths. Varga's words linger in it like poison. A test. The ship falls into a silence too heavy to be natural. Air vents sigh faintly. The hull creaks with distant stress, but the atmosphere feels held, like the pause before something speaks. Reyes stands on the bridge, every muscle tight. Chen's shouts still echo faintly over the comms, colonists murmuring in fear, Jonah cursing at failing systems, Varga murmuring sermons. The whole vessel feels fractured into pieces. Then the intercom pops. Not a whisper this time, not mimicry, a voice. It begins in Chen's clipped cadence. We shifts into Noor's calm tone. Are waiting. Drops into Jonah's gravel. You are coming. Then rises in Kieran's broken whisper. Come closer. The sound vibrates the deck, thrums through the walls, hums in the marrow of every soul aboard. Lights dim, then flare in rhythm with the words, like the ship itself is speaking through its veins. Kieran presses back against the bulkhead, eyes wide, breath shallow. It's not just voices anymore. It's everyone's voice. The colonists below fall silent, all fear drained into stunned stillness. Varga's laugh cuts through the hush, soft and joyous. Do you see? Not warning, not threat. Invitation. Chen hisses over the comm. It expects us. It's dragging us in. Reyes doesn't answer. She stares out the viewport at the endless dark ahead, her reflection sharp against the glass. For the first time, she realizes it's not distance that waits for them. It's expectation. Something out there knows they are coming, and it is waiting. The bridge feels colder than it should. Reyes stands rigid at the central console, her reflection ghosting in the glass while navigation streams error after error across the displays. Report, she snaps. Kieran's hands twitch on the console, sweat beading at his temple. Manual inputs aren't sticking. Every time I course correct, it drags us back. Jonah mutters from the engineering station. It's like fighting undertow. Engines respond, but the drift doesn't change. Something's pulling us. Reyes's gaze snaps to the viewport. The stars ahead shimmer strangely, their light bending, edges smeared like oil on water. At first she thinks it's sensor distortion, but the naked eye sees it too. A ripple in the dark, faint and colossal, bending starlight as though space itself is stretched thin. Chen grips the railing, knuckles white. What the hell is that? Noor's voice is low, almost reverent. Gravitational lensing. Something vast ahead of us, bigger than a planet, bigger than anything we should be this close to. Varga's eyes gleam in the dim light. Not vast. Patient. Reyes ignores him, leaning toward the helm. Hold course. Counter with maximum thrust. Kieran's fingers blur over controls, desperation sharpening his movements. The Artemis shudders, engines roaring, stars tilting slightly. Then, slowly, inevitably, the bow slides back toward the distortion. Kieran gasps, hands trembling. It's not navigation error, it's guiding us, like hands on the hull. The intercom crackles faintly, a hiss of static, as though it might speak again. Everyone freezes, waiting, but the voice doesn't come. The silence feels worse. Reyes's throat tightens. She's steered through black holes, storms of debris, the slow death of a crippled engine, but never before has she felt this. Not a captain piloting her ship, but prey dragged toward a waiting mouth. The lower decks are a storm. Colonists pack the narrow corridors, faces pale with fear, eyes wide, voices rising in frantic currents. The Artemis itself groans around them, doors hissing too slow or too fast, lights flickering with every shouted word. Chen climbs onto a bulkhead strut, her voice cutting through the noise like a blade. You heard it. You all heard it. It's dragging us in. The captain won't stop it, so we will. We cut the comms, we burn its tongue, and we take our ship back. The colonists answer with scattered shouts, fear bending into rough agreement. Jonah pushes through them, the plasma cutter in his grip humming low, dangerous. His face is grim, hard, the set of a man who's chosen the only path left to him. Then Noor appears, dragging Kieran by the arm. His skin is damp with sweat, his eyes unfocused, lips moving with words too faint to hear. Noor positions herself in front of him, shoulders squared, voice sharp. No one touches him. The crowd stirs uneasily. Chen's gaze narrows. Step aside, Noor. He's the signal's mouthpiece. You know it. You've heard him whisper. You protect him. You protect it. He's not the infection, Noor fires back. He's the proof it's trying to communicate. You kill the only one it speaks through. You blind us forever. Chen drops from the strut, hand on her sidearm. Better blind than consumed. The colonists surge, some toward Chen, some toward Noor, the corridor filling with bodies pressed tight, fear and fury tangling. Jonah raises the cutter, its glow casting harsh light across sweating faces. Move, he growls. Noor plants her feet. Over my body! The crowd boils. A shove, a cry, the first fists thrown. A colonist slams into the bulkhead. Another grabs Noor's arm and she twists free, striking back. Kieran stumbles, clutching his head, whispering something broken, lost in the din. The comms deck iris looms ahead, pulsing faintly with light, as though it's waiting. The mutiny has begun. The corridor is chaos. Shouts, fists, the screech of boots against steel. The whine of Jonah's cutter cutting arcs of blue light through the dark. Then another sound, a steady clap, deliberate and calm. The colonists falter, heads turning. Varga stands at the end of the corridor, hands clasped loosely in front of him, face illuminated by the pulsing deck lights. His voice cuts through the storm with unsettling serenity. Enough. The word lands heavier than a shout. The noise falters, bodies freezing mid-motion. Even Chen lowers her hand from her sidearm, if only to glare. Varga steps forward slowly, unhurried, as though the corridor belongs to him. His eyes find Kieran first, hunched and trembling against Noor's grip. Do you see? Varga says softly, his voice carrying as though the walls themselves lean to deliver it. The ship speaks through him. The voice chose its interpreter. Chen spits. It chose a puppet. No, Varga answers, calm as ever. It chose a herald. Kieran shakes his head weakly, words tumbling out broken. I don't want... Varga raises a hand, silencing him gently. Want has nothing to do with it. It speaks through you. You are its vessel. The colonists stir. Their fear, raw and directionless, twists under his words into something dangerous. Belief. Think, Varga continues, voice deepening. The ship is alive. The voice is within it. It drags us closer, yes, but not to kill us, to receive us. Why else whisper? Why else guide? Why else choose? Some colonists nod faintly, their panic settling into an uneasy order under his tone. A few even lower their weapons. Jonah snarls, cutter lifting. You shut your mouth before I weld it shut. But Varga doesn't flinch. He only spreads his hands wide, a smile curving his lips. This vessel is no longer ours. It belongs to the voice, and it has given us a herald. His eyes fix on Kieran. The boy will lead us to what waits. On the bridge, the viewport stretches wide with dark. At first, it looks like nothing, just empty space. But the stars aren't right. They ripple. Light bends at the edges of something invisible, smearing like liquid poured across glass. And then, slowly, horribly, the shape resolves, not in lines or form, but in absence. A void within the void. Blacker than black, so vast it swallows constellations whole. The curve of its edge bends starlight inward, as though space itself strains against its gravity. Not a planet, not a star. Something bigger, something hungrier. Reyes grips the railing so hard the steel groans under her fingers. Her voice is low, raw. What the hell is that? Sensors spit static across every display, data scrolls without coherence. Distances, masses, numbers so large they collapse into error codes. Kieran stands behind Noor, trembling. His lips move soundlessly, eyes locked on the void as if he recognizes it. Then the intercom clicks alive. Not a whisper, not mimicry. Words, clear, deliberate. Noor's voice, not lost. Jonah's, not alone. Reyes's, you are home. The words roll through the ship like thunder, rattling in the bones of everyone aboard. Lights dim, then flare in rhythm, the whole vessel pulsing like a heartbeat that isn't theirs. On the lower decks, colonists fall silent, gazes snapping toward the bulkheads as though the words seep through the steel. Varga drops to his knees, laughing softly, tears streaking down his cheeks. Reyes doesn't move. She can't, because for the first time she feels it. Not just sound, not just sight. The presence, immense, patient, waiting, and closer than it should be. The decks roar with noise. Colonists scream over one another, some shoving toward Chen, others falling behind Varga. Jonah slashes his plasma cutter against a sealed panel, sparks spraying like wild fireflies. Chen's voice rips through the din. "Cut it! Cut the comms before it kills us all!" Varga bellows over her, his voice carrying with unnatural force, amplified by the hum of the ship itself. "No, kneel! The voice has come to claim us. Do you not hear it call us home?" The colonists split. Panic tears through the narrow corridors, a living current dragging bodies in both directions. On the bridge, Reyes slams her palm against the navigation console. "Manual override now!" The glass flares red. Denied. She tries again. "Authorization Delta 1-7." Another denial. The helm groans, engines answering to no human hands. Her voice cracks into a shout. "Damn it, this is my ship!" But the steel hums beneath her boots, deep and steady, like laughter hidden in the bones of the hull. In the corridor below, Noor drags Kieran into an alcove, shielding him as the crowd surges past. His skin is cold, clammy, eyes glassy with something not his own. His lips move, syllables spilling out broken and soft. "No, no, don't," Noor whispers, shaking him. "Stay with me. Stay with me." But the words slip from his mouth anyway, not his voice. Something deeper, stretched, layered with echoes. "You will open the way." Noor's breath catches, ice flooding her chest. Kieran's body convulses once, twice, then he collapses in her arms, limp as a cut wire. The hum of the Artemis deepens, swelling until it fills every chamber like a second heartbeat. And in that moment, everyone aboard knows the truth. The boy isn't resisting anymore. He's becoming the mouth. The Artemis groans like something alive in pain. The deck thrums beneath their boots, a deep, endless vibration that makes every rib feel hollow. On the viewport, the stars smear into arcs, light bending around the void ahead. It isn't just gravity. It feels like intention. Kieran clings to the railing, his skin pale, sweat slicking his temples. Every pulse of the engines makes his chest ache, as though the pull is in him as much as in the ship. "Report," Reyes snaps, her voice a whip against the silence. Jonah, hunched over the engineering console, spits the words out through clenched teeth. "Engines are at max thrust. We're not breaking free. Something's got us by the hull." The viewport shudders as space itself seems to stretch, the darkness swelling, the edges of the distortion bending like a mouth yawning wider. Chen slams her palm against the console, her voice raw. "That's it. No more hesitation. We cut comms now, or we're dragged in alive." Noor steps forward, pulling Kieran closer to her. "And if you're wrong? If cutting it triggers something worse?" Chen turns on her, eyes blazing. "Worse than this? Look at it." She jabs a finger at the viewport, where the void's edges ripple like lips parting, stars crushed between its teeth. The deck lurches. The colonists stumble, grabbing for handholds. Someone screams as gravity flickers, their body lifting from the deck before slamming down again. Reyes steadies herself against the railing, her jaw locked so tight she thinks it might crack. For the first time, she can't muster words. Because Chen isn't wrong. The maw is opening, and the ship is sliding straight into its throat. The lower corridors echo with panic. Colonists shout, shove, scramble through the narrow spaces, their fear breaking loose like a flood. The red emergency lights strobe across sweating faces, painting them as strangers, as enemies. Chen's voice cuts through the din. "To the comms deck. Take it down before it drags us all in." Jonah shoulders through the mass, plasma cutter humming in his grip, sparks spitting from its coil. His grim silence says enough. Whatever happens next, he won't stop until the system is gutted. Noor shoves back against the tide, pulling Kieran behind her. His steps are uneven, his head bowed, lips moving with whispers too faint to catch. She plants herself between him and the mob, her voice sharp and desperate. "He's not your enemy," she shouts. "He's the only one who can make sense of it. You kill him. You kill our only chance to understand what's waiting." A colonist snarls back, eyes wild. "He's possessed!" He lunges, hands reaching for Kieran's arm. Noor drives an elbow into his chest, knocking him hard against the bulkhead. The crowd surges, fists flying, bodies crashing together. The first blow is followed by another, then another. The corridor becomes a riot, screams and curses tangled with the hiss of doors, slamming open and shut of their own accord, trapping some, freeing others. And then Varga steps onto a bulkhead strut above the chaos, his presence unnervingly calm amid the storm. "Enough!" he calls. Some freeze, eyes drawn to him like iron to a magnet. He raises his arms, his voice carrying unnaturally clear, almost amplified by the steel itself. The voice chose him. He points to Kieran, who hangs half-collapsed against Noor's shoulder. "You think killing him saves you? No, it damns you. He is the herald. Through him, we pass into the new world. Follow me, and you will be saved." Several colonists drop their makeshift weapons, their eyes shining with a desperate, fragile hope. They push toward Varga, away from Chen, away from Noor. But others double down, snarling, fists tightening, their fear boiling into fury. Jonah growls, Cutter rising. Enough talk. We end this now. The mob breaks apart into factions, one surging toward the comms deck, one clinging to Noor and Kieran, and one kneeling beneath Varga's outstretched hands. The corridor explodes into screams. The first weapon is fired. And above it all, the ship hums, lights flickering in rhythm to the chaos, as though it's savoring the blood it has drawn from its crew. The corridor is hell, screams, fists, weapons flashing in the red strobe of failing lights. The air reeks of sweat, ozone, and blood. But in the chaos, Noor sinks to the deck, shielding Kieran with her body. He shudders against her chest, limp one moment, convulsing the next. His eyes flutter open, glassy and wrong, pupils blown wide. "Kieran," Noor whispers, shaking him gently. "Stay with me. Don't listen. Fight it." His lips part. At first only a rasp escapes, then the sound sharpens, layered, thick with echoes not his own. "You are vessels." Noor stiffens, arms tightening around him. "No, don't say it. That's not you." His voice deepens, stretching, splintering. "You will be emptied." The words vibrate through her bones. Around them, colonists falter mid-fight, heads whipping toward the sound. "You will be filled." The deck hums with the syllables, lights pulsing in rhythm. The ship itself seems to exhale with the words, vents sighing in time with his voice. Noor grips his face, tears burning her eyes. "Kieran, look at me. It's not you. You're stronger than this. Fight it, please." For a heartbeat, his gaze sharpens. His lips tremble. A whisper escapes, raw and broken. "Noor!" Then the echo crushes him again, dragging the word back down into the voice. His body arches, shaking, mouth stretching with syllables that feel older than language. The colonists closest to him drop to their knees. Others back away in terror. Varga smiles, his arms spreading wide. "Do you see?" The herald speaks. Noor pulls Kieran tighter to her chest, whispering over and over, desperate, defiant. "You're not theirs. You're mine. Stay with me. Stay with me." But his mouth keeps moving. The ship keeps answering. And the voice grows clearer. The corridor trembles with Kieran's voice, the words spilling from his mouth like a prayer forced through broken glass. Colonists hang frozen between awe and horror, the ship's hum rising in unison with every syllable. Varga lifts his arms, face lit with fervor. "Do you hear? Do you hear? He is the herald. Through him, we are chosen. Deliver him to the bridge, and we will be made whole." Some colonists break from the crowd, pushing toward Noor, hands outstretched, not in violence, but in desperate reverence. Noor shoves them back, voice sharp and furious. "Stay away from him!" Chen strides forward, hand on her weapon, eyes locked on Kieran. "No more hesitation. We end this now. Kill him, and the link dies with him." The crowd fractures instantly. Some scream in protest. Others rally behind her, shoving against Noor, fists flying. Varga's followers press in the opposite direction, hands raised as though to catch their savior. The corridor explodes into violence. 3 currents colliding, no lines, no order. Blood spatters the walls. Fists slam against bone. Screams shred through the flickering dark. Jonah roars above it all, cutter flaring to life, casting arcs of blue across the chaos. Out of the way, all of you. We cut the comms now. Noor drags Kieran against the wall, shielding him with her body, her fists striking out at anyone who comes too close. His whispers scrape at her ear, layered and endless. Empty, hollow, filled. The ship joins the battle. Lights stutter, plunging them into seconds of blindness before flaring again, burning eyes raw. Doors slam open and shut at random, trapping colonists between factions, locking others in. Gravity buckles, bodies lifting weightless before slamming down again in sickening thuds. Through it all, Varga's voice soars like a hymn, louder than the screams, louder than the chaos. Do not fear. The herald is ours. Deliver him, and the voice will open the way. Chen draws her sidearm. Noor sees it glint in the red light, aimed at the boy in her arms. And the ship groans deep in its hull, as if savoring the blood about to be spilled. The bridge quakes as if gripped by an unseen hand. The viewport is nothing but distortion now, the stars stretched into ragged arcs, bending into a vast black curve. Not a void. A mouth. Edges rippling like lips pulled wider. Fractured starlight jagged as teeth. The Artemis slides toward it, no matter how the engines scream. On the lower decks, chaos drowns itself in violence. Chen's pistol flashes in the dark. Varga's followers cry out in worship. Jonah's cutter slashes sparks through the crowd. Noor shields Kieran with her whole body as he convulses, the voice spilling from his mouth in tandem with the ship's hum. The intercom crackles alive across every deck. Noor's voice, "You are home." Jonah's, "Be hollow." Reyes's, "Be whole." Then Kieran's mouth opens, his voice not his own, but all of theirs woven together, layered, booming through steel and bone. You are home. Be hollow. Be whole. The words shake the ship to its core. Consoles spark, alarms wail, atmosphere vents hiss and scream. Doors slam open and shut like jaws snapping. The colonists fall to their knees or hurl themselves at each other, unable to choose between worship and defiance. Reyes grips the railing, her voice raw against the cacophony. Override! Override, damn you! But the ship ignores her, because it isn't hers anymore. The Artemis tilts, nose first, dragged into the black throat. The edges of the maw flare with distorted light, bending stars into knives, jaws closing around them. Kieran's eyes snap open, glowing with the reflection of the abyss. His lips curl with a smile that isn't his. The voice and the boy speak as one. Now you are ours. The Artemis crosses the threshold, and the mouth closes. The Artemis lurches, then stills. For a breathless instant, silence reigns. No alarms, no screaming hull, no vibration through the deck. Reyes staggers forward to the viewport, bracing against the rail. Her throat goes dry. They are no longer in space. The stars are gone, swallowed. Instead, the viewport looks out onto a vast chamber, so immense the ship could drift for hours without finding its walls. Black surfaces stretch outward in impossible geometry, angles that seem to fold over themselves, vanishing into shadows too deep to hold. The walls aren't still. Patterns ripple faintly beneath their surface, lines of dull red light glowing and fading like veins under skin. The whole chamber pulses, steady, patient, alive. Chen stares, her voice hollow. What the hell is this? Jonah grips the console, his knuckles white. We're inside it. His words sound like blasphemy. It swallowed us whole. Reyes forces her voice steady. Sensors. Full sweep. The displays flicker. Data floods the glass, scrolling faster than eyes can follow. Masses, distances, pressures. The numbers climb, collapse, repeat, contradict themselves. Nor whispers, "It doesn't make sense." Reyes slams a hand against the console. "Run it again." The sensors spit back more chaos. Distances that don't match, materials that can't exist. One line declares they're inside a gravitational singularity, another that they're in open vacuum, another that they're inside a living organism. Kieran, pale against Noor's side, lifts his head weakly. His eyes fix on the pulsing walls, unfocused, as though he recognizes them. "It's not nothing," he murmurs. The word slithers through the crew, sending a chill down spines. Reyes's hands clench on the rail. She has steered through fire, storms, wars. But this isn't space. This is place. And it was waiting for them. The riot dies the moment the iris doors part. Colonists spill into the corridor, bruised, bloodied, breathless from fighting. But the sight through the viewing slits rips the rage out of them like air from lungs. The chamber stretches forever, walls glowing faintly with veins of red light shifting in slow pulses. The Artemis floats like a mote of dust inside a cathedral built for giants. Silence swallows the crowd. Noor clings to Kieran, his head slack against her shoulder. Even Chen lowers her weapon, her eyes fixed on the impossible architecture. "It's..." Her voice falters, then hardens again, though the steel in it rings hollow. "It's a trap." A cage, nothing more. But the words carry no weight. No one rallies. Instead, Varga steps forward, his smile illuminated by the pulsing glow. His voice rolls low and smooth, as though the walls themselves amplify it. "A temple," he whispers. "We are inside its body, inside its mouth, and it has prepared a place for us." Some colonists drop to their knees without being told, their eyes wide and glassy, hands clasped in trembling prayer. Others simply stand frozen, unable to deny the awe pressing down on them. Chen wheels on them, fury sparking through her fear. "Get up. Don't listen to him. It wants to feed on us." Her shout echoes into the chamber, thin, small against the immensity. No one moves. Varga raises his arms, his shadow stretching across the trembling colonists. It is not hunger. It is welcome. You feel it. You all feel it. The hum of the walls deepens, in rhythm with his words. A few more colonists sink to their knees. Chen grips her sidearm so tight her hand shakes, but the barrel wavers. Against this sight, even rage feels small. And the silence of mutiny thickens, pregnant with something worse than violence. It is surrender. Noor eases Kieran down against the bulkhead, brushing sweat-matted hair from his forehead. His skin is cold, his pulse fluttering like a trapped bird. "Kieran," she whispers, shaking him gently. "Stay with me. Please. Stay here." His eyelids flicker, slowly, painfully, his eyes open, glassy, wide, staring past her. His lips part, and when he speaks, his voice is layered, fractured, yet terrible in its clarity. "You are vessels." The words echo, rolling down the corridor, vibrating through the steel. Colonists freeze, eyes snapping toward him. Even Chen, weapon raised, goes still. You bring the seed. The ship hums in answer, the walls rippling faintly with red light. Noor grips his face, shaking her head. No, that's not you. Fight it. Don't let it use you. His gaze flicks toward her just for a heartbeat. For an instant there's recognition, fear, pleading. But then the light shifts across his face and his pupils drown in black. We are the hollow. We are the mouth. The words are no longer whispered. They fill the chamber, booming from the intercom, from the deck, from the air itself. The ship speaks with him. Kieran's lips tremble with the last phrase, his voice dropping into something deeper than human. Through you, we are made whole. The chamber pulses with light. Colonists drop to their knees, some weeping, others clasping their heads. Varga spreads his arms wide, tears on his cheeks. Noor clutches Kieran tight, her own tears burning. No, no, don't you dare leave me. Don't you dare. But his eyes are unfocused now, staring into something vast that none of the rest of them can see. And the voice pours through him like he was always meant to be hollow. The Artemis shudders, then drifts forward without engines. The view through the ports tilts, walls of the chamber shifting until the ship faces a massive arch of bone-black metal. The structure unfurls with eerie precision, vast arms extending toward them, curving like ribs opening to embrace prey. No, Reyes mutters, shaking her head. Not docking clamps. Not dash. The arms seize the ship. The deck jolts, lights flicker. A low groan runs through the hull as the Artemis is dragged into place, pressed against the alien frame like a seed into soil. Jonah slams his fists against the engineering console. It's latching onto us. Not clamps, connectors. He points at the screens, where red veins crawl across schematics of the hull, spreading outward. Panels are reconfiguring. Steels, Jesus Christ. It's rewriting itself. The walls of the ship ripple faintly, seams blurring. Metal flows like wax under heat, fusing into the alien architecture. Colonists scream, backing away from bulkheads that no longer look like steel but something softer, breathing. Reyes grips the railing, her voice raw. Cut it! Break us free! Jonah's voice shakes with rage. From what? The ship's eating itself. The hum of the chamber deepens, steady and immense. The ribs flex tighter, locking the Artemis deeper into the structure. Chen stares wide-eyed at the walls as their surface pulses with dull red light. We're being digested. Varga smiles, serene amid the horror. Not digested. Joined. Noor presses Kieran tighter against her chest, whispering fiercely into his ear. Fight it, damn you. Don't let it hollow you out. But the ship answers for him, groaning, reshaping, becoming less theirs with every breath. The ribs lock, and the Artemis is pulled forward, deeper into the structure. The viewport reveals a chamber so immense it swallows their vessel whole. Dozens of black spires rise from the floor and ceiling, jagged and organic, each one pulsing faintly with dull red light. They lean inward, curving like teeth around a tongue, enclosing the Artemis in the center. The walls of the chamber ripple, and the hum rises, not through the air, but through their skulls. The colonists clutch their heads, groaning, some weeping, others whispering prayers. The intercom clicks alive. Not fragmented, not mimicked, unified. You are here. The words pulse through every spire, echoing through bone and steel alike. Kieran's body seizes in Noor's arms. His eyes snap open, pupils drowned in black, his mouth working as though dragged by invisible strings. You are vessels. The spires pulse brighter. You bring the seed. The colonists stagger back, pressing against walls that now pulse like flesh. Some drop to their knees, their resistance dissolving into worship. Chen clutches her sidearm, her voice breaking. We shouldn't be here. We shouldn't. But the voice drowns her. We are the hollow. We are the mouth. Kieran's body slackens. For a breath, Noor thinks she has him back. His lips tremble, his eyes flicker. She leans close, whispering, "Stay. Please, stay." And then with perfect clarity, his voice cuts through the chamber, sharp as a blade. This was never a warning. This was always a welcome. The spires flare, light searing through the chamber. The colonists collapse in waves, some screaming, some weeping in joy. The hull of the Artemis groans as it fuses deeper into the alien cathedral, veins of red spreading across its skin. Reyes stands frozen at the viewport, watching as the maw closes around them, the last fragments of starlight vanishing. And in the silence after the voice, the truth settles like ash. They have not been trapped. They have been received. The Artemis groans like a living thing. On the bridge, Reyes grips the railing as the deck vibrates beneath her boots. The hum isn't mechanical anymore. It's organic, pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat, or maybe forcing her heartbeat to match its rhythm. Panels along the walls ripple. Steel seams blur, smoothing into seamless black, as if the ship's bones are being absorbed. Jonah slams his fists against the engineering console, but the glass no longer responds to his touch. Alien glyphs crawl across the screen, shapes like twisting ribs and spirals, repeating in impossible sequences. "God damn it," he roars, pounding harder. "Controls are dead. It's rewriting the whole system from the inside out." Chen leans over, trying to make sense of the glyphs. Her voice is tight, cracking at the edges. "Can you stop it?" Jonah whirls on her, face red, spit flying. "Stop it? Look around you, Lieutenant. This isn't code anymore. This is anatomy." The bulkhead beside them pulses faintly, a dull red light glowing beneath the surface like veins. Chen staggers back, bile rising in her throat. Reyes steadies herself against the rail, forcing her voice through clenched teeth. "This ship is mine. I won't let it." But her words falter as the overhead lights dim, then flare in a slow, deliberate rhythm, like the inhale and exhale of a vast chest. The Artemis is breathing. Jonah stares around the bridge, his voice dropping into a hoarse whisper. It's not a ship anymore. He looks back at Reyes, and for once, there's no fire in his eyes, only raw, hopeless awe. It's being converted. The colonists fill the lower decks like wreckage after a storm, bodies scattered, bruised, bloodied from the mutiny. But now the fighting has drained out of them, smothered by the sight outside the ports. The chamber beyond pulses in slow rhythm. Black spires rise and fall like breathing lungs, their red veins glowing faintly, the light stroking the colonists' faces in time with the hum. One by one, the shouts die into silence. A woman who had been clawing at another colonist a moment before simply lets go, her arms falling limp. A man drops the pipe in his hand and stares, mouth slack. Then the first colonist kneels. Not in defeat, something stranger, heavier. His eyes are wide, glassy, reflecting the red glow. His lips part with a whisper. It's beautiful. Another kneels, then another. Soon a dozen are on their knees, hands clasped or arms raised, eyes fixed on the walls that pulse like living skin. Chen shoves through them, face slick with sweat, her voice raw. Get up. Don't you see what it's doing? It's hollowing us out. But her voice sounds small, brittle. She lifts her pistol skyward, firing a sharp crack into the air. The shot echoes like a child's firework in a cathedral. No one flinches. Damn you! Chen screams. Fight it! Her voice is swallowed by the hum. And then Varga steps forward, his shadow stretching across the kneeling colonists. His hands rise, his face lit in the crimson glow. Not hollowed, he says softly, yet every ear turns. Prepared. Dozens of heads bow lower. Some weep, some smile faintly. All listen. Chen's pistol trembles in her hand. Her eyes dart across the faces, soldiers, engineers, farmers, people she once commanded, people she thought she could still command. But they are slipping beyond her reach, because belief weighs heavier than fear. And Varga is shaping it into worship. Kieran lies slumped against Noor, his head lolling against her shoulder. His skin is pale, lips cracked, but his chest rises and falls in time with the ship's hum, as though the rhythm belongs to him now. Noor strokes his hair back, whispering frantically. Stay with me, Kieran. Stay. Don't let it drown you. His eyes snap open. Black swallows his pupils until only a faint ring of gray remains. His lips part, and the voice pours out, layered and resonant. You will be emptied. The words vibrate through the chamber. Colonists freeze, heads lifting. Even those who resisted moments before seem to lean toward the sound. You will be filled. The spires pulse brighter, red veins glowing hot as embers. The air hums thick and heavy, vibrating in lungs, pressing against skulls. You are the seed. Noor grips his face, tears streaking her cheeks. No, Kieran. You're not a vessel. You're you. You're you. His gaze flickers, for a heartbeat, recognition glinting beneath the black. Then the voice swallows it again. You are the soil. The colonists gasp. Some sink lower to the deck, foreheads pressed against the steel. Others lift their arms in trembling reverence. Varga spreads his hands wide, triumphant, eyes wet with rapture. Noor clutches Kieran tighter, rocking him against her chest as though she could shield him from the sound tearing out of his throat. But his body doesn't resist. It welcomes the voice. And Noor feels, with ice in her veins, that every word spoken is hollowing him further, leaving less and less of the boy she knew. Rhea storms onto the bridge, weapon slung at her side, jaw set like stone. The viewport burns with the pulse of the alien chamber, red veins flaring in rhythm with the ship's hum. Chen and Jonah are already there. Chen's eyes are wild, her pistol shaking in her grip. Jonah's face is pale, streaked with sweat and grease, but his fists are clenched, steady. Reyes plants herself at the center console. We sever the core. Cut power to comms, to nav, to everything. If we can kill the link, maybe we can tear free. Jonah hesitates, then nods. I'll try, but we'll be cutting blind. Better blind than consumed, Reyes growls. Chen snaps her head up, eyes burning. Finally, she moves to join Reyes at the console, but the glass flickers before her hands can touch it. Symbols crawl across the display. alien glyphs looping endlessly. Reyes slams a fist against the surface. Override. Reyes, Captain. The console responds instantly. Access granted. But the screen doesn't show schematics. It shows her own face, warped, mouth moving a half-second behind her words. Chen staggers back. What the hell? The distorted Reyes on the screen leans forward, lips stretching too wide. You are not Captain. The words cut through the bridge speakers, wrong and layered. The console sparks, glyphs rushing back across the glass. Jonah curses, hammering at the engineering station. Every override I try, it writes over me. It's like the whole system's in its hands. The air shifts. The vents sigh louder, slower, as if exhaling in time with the hum. The oxygen readouts spike, dip, spike again, pulsing like a heartbeat. Chen's voice cracks. Even life support. Reyes grips the rail until her nails bite steel. Her voice is raw, torn from her chest. Fight me all you want. This ship is mine. The bridge lights dim, then flare bright red, burning against their faces. And the ship answers her, not with words, but with a pulse that rattles her bones. Denial so loud, it drowns her heart. The hum deepens, shaking every plate of steel, every rib of the Artemis. Red light floods through the viewport, pulsing from the spires outside. It bleeds across the faces of the colonists crowded in the lower decks. Then the convulsions begin. One woman drops to her knees, clawing at her throat. A man beside her screams, veins glowing faint red beneath his skin, branching like cracks in porcelain. Another colonist rises slowly, arms slack at his sides, eyes glassy and blank. The chamber pulses again. More bodies seize. Some collapse, foaming at the mouth. Some rise, trembling, but obedient, their veins lit like threads of molten wire. No. Nor whispers, clutching Kieran tighter. No, no, no! Chen fires her pistol, the sharp cracks lost in the roar of the hum. A colonist with glowing veins drops, then another, but more keep rising, faces slack, eyes empty. Jonah curses, swinging a wrench into a panel, sparks showering. They're not dying. They're changing. The ship itself shudders, bulkheads flexing as though in sympathy. And then Kieran moves. His head lifts from Noor's chest, his spine straightening. His eyes are black voids rimmed in faint red. When he speaks, it's not a whisper, not a mimic, but a proclamation that fills every chamber of the ship. This place is the mouth. The colonists freeze. The obedient ones turn toward him, still trembling but reverent. You are the vessels. The spires outside flare brighter, light racing up their jagged lengths. Through you, the seed spreads. The colonists scream, some collapsing, others raising their hands in worship. Kieran's voice rises, layered, echoing through every bulkhead, every rib of steel. Through you, we are made whole. The obedient ones kneel. Their veins burn brighter. Reyes grips the rail on the bridge, her voice breaking into a whisper. Dear God. But Noor clutches Kieran with both arms, shaking him, tears streaming. You're still in there. You're still you. Don't let it take you. His black eyes blink, slowly, almost human. For an instant, something flickers in them. Then the hum deepens, and the last fragments of him vanish. The chamber pulses red, each flare brighter, each hum deeper. The colonists move in rhythm with it now, unwilling, their bodies seizing and jerking like marionettes pulled by invisible strings. One man collapses, his back arching off the deck as he screams until the sound rips into a ragged hiss. His skin glows faintly from within, veins burning like hot wires beneath the surface. When the light dims, he doesn't breathe again. Another colonist rises slowly, his head bowed, eyes empty. His veins glow faint crimson, steady, patient. He doesn't scream. He simply waits. Chen fires her pistol into the man's chest. The body jerks, stumbles back, but keeps standing, head lifting, eyes blank. "Shit! Shit!" she snarls, emptying the clip. Each shot lands, tearing flesh, spilling blood, but the body doesn't fight, doesn't fall. It only sways in the crimson glow, veins burning brighter with each impact. Jonah charges in, cutter spitting arcs of blue, slashing across another colonist's torso. The smell of charred flesh fills the corridor. The body collapses, then twitches, spasms, and claws its way upright again, mouth opening in a soundless breath. "No!" Jonah roars, swinging again, sparks painting his face. "Stay down, damn you!" But nothing stays down. One by one, the colonists either scream themselves hoarse or fall silent, their bodies reshaping into something between dead and waiting. The glow in their veins beats in time with the pulsing spires outside. Reyes grips the rail on the bridge, watching through the feeds, her voice hollow. "They're not dying." Chen backs away, sweat dripping down her face. "Then what the hell are they?" Reyes doesn't answer. She can't. Because in her gut, she knows. They are being prepared. Noor cradles Kieran against the bulkhead, shielding him from the chaos, from the crimson flare that makes the air itself feel like it's vibrating. His body is light in her arms, too light, his breath shallow as though every inhale costs him. "Kieran," she whispers, her voice trembling. "Stay with me. Please. You're stronger than this. You don't have to let it take you." His eyes flutter open. For an instant, they are not black, not drowned in crimson light, but hazel, his own. His lips tremble, cracked and bloodied. "Noor." The sound of her name breaks something in her chest. Tears burn down her cheeks as she strokes his hair. "That's it. That's you. Come back to me. Please don't leave me alone here." His mouth twitches into the faintest smile. "When I couldn't sleep, you'd read me the sky charts." His voice is thin, fragile, but real. Said if I got lost, I could find my way back. Noor's throat closes. She presses her forehead against his. Yes, I did. And you can come back. Just follow them. Follow me." But then his breath shudders. His eyes darken again, black bleeding back into them like ink spilled across paper. The smile dies on his lips. The voice swells inside him, layered, booming. "You are the soil." Noor clutches him tighter, shaking her head. "No. Don't let it take you. Don't you dare let it." His hands, trembling, rise to grip hers. For a moment, his voice fractures between his own and the echo, two tones fighting for his throat. "I can't." Then the voice drowns him fully, and the hazel vanishes from his eyes. Reyes moves through the bridge like a storm contained in flesh, pistol drawn, jaw locked tight enough to splinter. The feeds show chaos below, colonists twitching, convulsing, their veins burning with faint red light. Some lie still, some sway like husks, some claw at each other in blind frenzy. She turns on Jonah. "The reactor. We sever it from the structure. We buy ourselves a chance. Can you do it? His face is streaked with grease and sweat, his eyes hollow, but he nods once. I can try, but the ship's not cooperating. Chen slams a fresh mag into her sidearm, her hands shaking but her voice sharp. Then we force it. Whatever it takes. Reyes gestures to the console. Override systems, now. Jonah hammers at the keys. Glyphs spill across the glass, spiraling faster than his hands can move. He swears under his breath, wipes his brow, tries again. Come on, come on. For a second, the schematic of the reactor flares into view. Reyes leans forward, eyes fixed. There. Cut junction 4. Reroute power. The schematic collapses. The glass fills with words instead. Not glyphs this time. Not alien. English. You are not captain. The letters repeat, burning red, filling the entire display. Jonah stumbles back. Chen curses, slamming her fist against the console. It's mocking us! The overhead vents sigh, long and deep, and the oxygen levels spike and fall in rhythm, forcing their chests to rise and fall with the ship's hum. Reyes grips the railing, her vision swimming with rage. This is my ship. Mine. The bridge lights dim, then blaze crimson, washing over her face, her hands, her weapon. The ship answers, not with glyphs, not with words, but with a pulse that rattles their bones, so deep and heavy it silences her heart for a beat. And she knows. The Artemis is gone. The hum rises again, deeper now, a vibration that presses into marrow, that makes teeth ache. The chamber beyond the viewport pulses brighter, spires flaring like a heartbeat. Noor cradles Kieran against her chest, whispering frantically in his ear. Stay with me. Please, stay. Don't let it take you. But when his eyes snap open, they are pools of black rimmed in faint red. His mouth opens, and the ship speaks with him. You are the soil. The words echo not just from his lips, but from every bulkhead, every vent, every console. The intercom bleeds his voice across every deck. The colonists scream, some collapsing, others rising with eyes blank, veins glowing brighter. The seed is within you. The obedient ones sway as one, their bodies trembling, their veins pulsing in time with the chamber's glow. The sound of their breaths matches the ship's exhale in perfect unison. Noor grips Kieran tighter, shaking her head, tears burning her cheeks. No, you're not soil, you're not theirs, you're you. But he doesn't look at her. His gaze is fixed beyond her, staring into the black cathedral of the chamber. Through you. The voice booms, through him and the walls alike. We grow. The deck vibrates with the words. Red veins crawl further across the Artemis's hull, glowing hot as if lit from within. The walls shiver, flexing, reshaping, not just ship anymore, but something being grown. Jonah backs away from the console, his voice raw. It's using us. Using all of us. Chen swallows hard, her pistol trembling in her hands. God help us. But help does not come. Only the voice, clearer and stronger, filling every space where hope once lived. The hum sharpens, climbing until it's less sound than pressure, crushing against eardrums, rattling in bones. The colonists seize as one, jerking, twitching, their glowing veins flaring white-hot. A scream cuts the air, a man's voice, ragged, tearing from his throat as his chest bulges outward. His ribs groan, crack. The glow beneath his skin surges until his sternum splits, flesh peeling back in strips. Something stirs inside, not bone, not organ. A slick black shape coiled tight, pulsing with faint red light, like an egg wrapped in veins. The man's scream cuts short. His body slumps, hollowed, skin sagging. But the thing in his chest pulses harder, feeding. Another colonist convulses. Her spine arches until it snaps, body twisting, splitting open along her back. More black forms emerge, slick and pulsing, like seeds swelling in soil. Panic rips through the survivors. Some rush forward to fight, only to be knocked back by the sheer violence of the transformations. Others collapse in sobbing heaps, their courage shattered. Jonah swings his cutter, slicing one of the pulsating pods from a corpse. It drops to the deck with a wet smack, oozing dark fluid, but keeps pulsing, tendrils twitching, searching for purchase. No. Noor breathes, clutching Kieran tighter. No, no, no. His body stiffens in her arms. His veins flare brighter than the others, black shadows shifting beneath his skin. He gasps, a broken sound, his mouth working with words not his own. I am ready. Noor's breath stops. She shakes him violently, screaming in his face. You're not ready. You're not theirs. Fight it, Kieran. Fight it. But his chest trembles beneath her hands, as though something inside is pressing outward, searching for release. The voice rolls through him, deeper and clearer than ever. He is the first. Through him, the seed begins. Noor's scream echoes through the chamber as the spires flare bright enough to blind. The hum crescendos into a pitch too deep to be sound, rattling teeth, cracking joints. The colonists convulse as one, their bodies jerking like puppets on tangled strings. Then the first rupture tears the silence. A woman collapses, her chest heaving, back arching. With a sickening crack, her ribs splay outward, splitting like gates. Black flesh swells from within, slick and glistening, pulsing with faint red light. It beats once, twice, like a heart that isn't hers. Others follow. Screams rip the air as torsos split, spines crack, skulls cave. From each body something grows, black pods swelling, tendrils unfurling like roots seeking soil. The deck is slick with fluid, steam rising where it hisses against hot metal. The stench of blood, iron, and something chemical burns every throat. Jonah stumbles back, cutter trembling in his grip. Christ Almighty. Chen fires blindly into the writhing mass, each shot tearing flesh but doing nothing to slow the growth. Tendrils spill across the deck, wriggling, latching into cracks, anchoring the pods upright. One colonist, split from sternum to navel, doesn't collapse. His hollowed body staggers forward, arms swaying, eyes blank and black-veined. His mouth opens in a breathless whisper. Kieran. Another husk joins him, then another. Dozens of them lurch forward, hollow shells, their movements jerky but certain, all converging on the boy cradled in Noor's arms. Noor clutches him tighter, backing against the bulkhead, her voice shaking. Stay away from him. Stay away. But the husks don't stop. Because to them, he is not prey. He is the center. He is the seed's chosen soil. The corridor is a slaughterhouse of movement. Tendrils writhing across the deck, husks lurching forward, pods pulsing with a rhythm that is not heartbeat but hunger. And yet, amid the chaos, Varga does not recoil. He strides into the crimson glow, his arms lifted high, his voice swelling until it cuts through the screams and gunfire. "Do you see?" he cries, his eyes wide and wet, reflecting the pulsing spires beyond the viewport. "The promise is upon us. We are not ending. We are becoming." Some colonists shrink back in horror, pressing themselves against the walls. But others, those who had already bent toward him in whispered worship, crawl forward on their hands and knees. They kneel before the pods. The tendrils respond instantly, slithering toward them, wrapping around wrists, sinking into flesh. There is no scream, only a shudder, a sigh, as the followers bow their heads and let the roots burrow deeper. Their veins flare bright crimson, pulsing in unison with the chamber. Varga turns toward Noor, his voice breaking with rapture. "And through him, through the herald, comes the first vessel." Noor shields Kieran, shaking her head violently. "You're insane. You're feeding them your own people." "They are not people," Varga answers, smiling through tears. "They are soil. And he points at Kieran, trembling and pale in Noor's arms. "He is the seed's chosen ground." The husks moan, a low chorus that rises like prayer. "Kieran." Their voices are broken, mangled, but all of them call the same name. Noor clutches him tighter, heart hammering against his still chest. "You can't have him. You can't take him." Varga's smile only widens, his shadow stretched long by the red glow. "You can't stop it." The bridge shudders as another pulse ripples through the Artemis. The viewport is nothing but red glow and writhing spires. Reyes shoves a rifle into Chen's hands, her voice raw. "We don't have time for fear. We burn our way through or we die watching." Chen's grip trembles, but she nods, sliding a fresh mag into place. Jonah shoulders the plasma cutter, jaw clenched tight, his face a mask of grease and fury. They storm the corridor. The husks are waiting, veins glowing like hot wires, jaws slack, eyes vacant. They lurch forward in waves, arms outstretched, whispering Kieran's name in broken echoes. "Ki, Ran, Ki, Ran." Reyes fires first, a sharp burst that tears through three at once. They fall, but only for a breath. Their bodies twitch, then rise again, shambling forward, blood slick and useless. "Keep shooting!" she roars, emptying another volley into the crowd. Jonah swings the cutter, its blade hissing blue arcs. He carves through flesh and bone, the smell of burning meat filling the corridor. A husk staggers toward him, even as its chest splits open, a pod wriggling out where lungs once lived. "Son of a..." Jonah growls, slamming his boot into the thing's chest, ripping the cutter free with a spray of sparks. Chen's shots echo sharp, frantic, as she backs against the wall. "They don't stop, Captain, they don't..." Her words cut short as the corridor door slams shut behind them with a hiss of steam. Oxygen vents snap closed, the air thinning. The walls throb with crimson veins. Reyes curses, slamming her shoulder into the door, then turns back to fire another volley into the husks pressing closer. "The ship's turned against us. It wants us trapped." From behind the wall of husks, Varga's voice rings out, deep and certain, carrying like scripture. "Stop fighting! Lay down your arms! You cannot kill what has already been chosen!" Reyes snarls, eyes blazing. "Over my dead body!" Her rifle spits fire, each shot punctuated by her ragged breath, each round a scream of defiance hurled into the red-lit dark. Noor crouches in the shadow of a collapsed bulkhead, Kieran limp in her arms. The corridor quakes with gunfire and screams, the red glow burning across every surface. Then she feels it. A tremor beneath her hands, deep in his chest. His ribs shift, bulging outward with each pulse, skin stretching until it threatens to split. "No," she whispers, pressing her palms flat against him as though she could force the bones back into place. "No, no, no. Don't you dare." Kieran gasps, his body arching. Black veins flare beneath his skin, crawling up his neck, his jaw. His lips part, first a groan, then words layered with echoes. "I am the soil." "No." Noor grips his face, forcing his eyes to hers. "You're Kieran. You're my boy. You're not theirs." For a heartbeat, the black in his eyes recedes. Hazel breaks through. His lips tremble. His voice is barely a breath, but it's his. "Noor, kill it, please, before it's too late." Her throat closes. Tears spill hot and fast, dripping onto his chest. She shakes her head violently. "Don't ask me that. Don't you dare ask me that." His ribs bulge again, the skin splitting faintly, blood seeping through his shirt. His scream rattles the air, raw and jagged. Then the voice rolls through him, drowning his words. He is the first. Through him, the seed begins. Noor raises her pistol with trembling hands, the barrel pressing against his chest. Her finger hovers on the trigger, shaking so hard she can barely keep aim. Her tears fall faster, blurring her sight. I can't do it." Kieran's body arches, the glow inside him blazing brighter, as though the seed within is ready to break free. And Noor, torn between love and mercy, between life and annihilation, can only scream. The chamber roars with soundless pressure, a vibration that shakes the marrow from bones. The spires outside blaze like molten teeth, flooding the corridors in red light so bright it scalds the eyes. The husks gather in droves, their glowing veins pulsing in rhythm, their mouths opening in a broken chorus. Ki ran, Ki ran, Ki ran. The seeds rooted in split bodies throb harder, tendrils writhing across the deck, reaching toward the boy cradled in Noor's arms. Kieran's back arches violently. His ribs split wider, fabric tearing, skin cracking as red light pours from inside him. His scream is not his own. It's the voice spilling through, layered, infinite. Noor grips him tight, pressing her forehead to his, sobbing. I'm here, Kieran. Please." His hazel eyes flicker once, desperate, human, then are drowned in black and crimson glow. The chamber pulses in unison. The spires flare white-hot. Kieran's chest bursts open in a flood of light so bright it blinds. Noor screams, clutching him even as the force slams her back against the bulkhead. The husks fall silent. The tendrils freeze. The seeds quake, their surfaces splitting like eggs under strain. And then the voice, filling every wall, every vein, every throat, declares, "The first vessel rises." The light swallows them all. The light burns through everything, eyes, nerves, thought. For a moment there is only white, endless and devouring. Then it fades. Noor blinks through tears, her vision swimming. The corridor is washed in red afterglow, shadows stretching sharp across the walls. The husks that had pressed forward now kneel, their heads bowed, their mouths open in silent reverence. And in the center of it all, Kieran stands, Or what was Kieran? His chest is split wide, but not bleeding. The flesh around the wound has sealed into smooth, blackened ridges, veins glowing faint crimson beneath. His arms hang loose at his sides, his skin too pale, his eyes twin voids rimmed with red fire. Each breath he takes shudders through the ship, echoed by the hum in the walls. Noor staggers forward, her hand trembling as she reaches for him. "Kieran?" His head tilts, slow, unnatural. When he speaks, it is not his voice, but something vast using his throat. "We are risen." The husks bow lower, pressing their foreheads to the deck. Tendrils writhe, curling upward in slow spirals, as though in worship. Noor's hand hovers inches from his chest. She can feel the heat of him, the pulse of the alien light burning inside. Her tears spill faster. "What have they done to you?" The Artemis answers before he does. The deck thrums, the lights flicker in rhythm. The bulkheads exhale a long, steady breath. Because he is no longer just Kieran. He is part of the ship. And the ship is part of him. The kneeling husks sway in silence, their glowing veins pulsing in rhythm with the spires beyond the viewport. The air itself feels heavy, thick with heat and breath, as though the ship inhales through every wall. Then, Varga steps forward. His arms spread wide, his face lifted toward the crimson light spilling through the ports. Tears streak down his cheeks, catching red glow, but his smile is radiant. "It is done," he whispers, then louder. "It is done." The colonists who still cling to him echo his cry, their voices trembling, raw. Some collapse into prayer. Others crawl forward, pressing their foreheads to the deck in front of Kieran's feet. Tendrils slither to meet them, coiling around their wrists and throats, burrowing beneath skin. They do not scream. They sigh, eyes closing, as if they had always been waiting for this. Reyes shoves her way through the press of bodies, rifle raised, sweat streaking her face. "Stand down, Varga!" He doesn't turn. His eyes are fixed on the vessel, his voice swelling like a hymn. "You fought to flee, you fought to kill, and yet here we are, chosen. Can you not see the beauty of it? He is the proof." Reyes aims at his head, finger tight on the trigger. "One more word, and you die." Varga finally turns. His smile doesn't falter. "Then shoot. Kill me if it steadies your hand. But it will not silence the voice. It will not undo what has risen." The zealots kneel lower, some laughing, some weeping, their bodies trembling with devotion as the tendrils writhe deeper into them. Reyes's rifle shakes. Her finger hovers, frozen, because his words ring with a terrible truth. Killing him would change nothing, and he knows it. The chaos blurs around her, Reyes's shouts, Varga's sermons, the groans of husks bowing low. Noor hears none of it. Her world has narrowed to the figure in front of her. Kieran, no, the vessel, stands tall, his chest glowing faintly from within, his face expressionless, his black eyes unblinking. His breath rattles in rhythm with the ship's hum. Noor staggers to him, her hands shaking. "Kieran, look at me. Look at me." His head tilts, a strange, inhuman motion. For a heartbeat, there is nothing in his gaze but endless dark. Then, flicker. The red glow falters. Hazel glints through. His lips tremble. His voice fractures, layered at first, then thinning into a single human note. "Noor." Her knees buckle. She catches his face in both hands, pressing her forehead to his, tears spilling fast. "I'm here. I've got you. I'm not letting go." His chest shudders. His breath catches. For a moment he is just a boy again, fragile and frightened. "Kill me." The words tear from him like broken glass. His eyes squeeze shut, his voice cracking. "Please, before I..." His body jerks. The red glow flares, drowning hazel. The voice roars through his throat, layered, infinite. We are one. We are whole. Noor stumbles back, her hands slick with the heat of his skin, her pistol trembling at her side. She knows what he asked, and she knows what it would cost. The bridge is suffocating, walls pulsing, lights flickering red, tendrils creeping like veins across the deck. Reyes grips her rifle tighter, forcing her breath steady. "Chen, Jonah, with me." Jonah wipes a sleeve across his blood-slicked face, Cutter humming low at his side. Chen reloads her pistol with shaking hands, but her eyes are sharp, furious. Reyes jerks her head toward the stairwell. "We get to the reactor. Cut it out by hand if we have to. It's the only way." Chen swallows hard. "And if it kills us?" Reyes shoulders her rifle, jaw set. "Better dead than soil." They push into the lower decks. The corridors writhe around them. Bulkheads throb with faint red light. Doors slam open and shut with no warning. Vents exhale hot, wet air that reeks of iron. Tendrils spill across the floor like roots, squirming under their boots. The husks are waiting. They lurch from the shadows, eyes empty, veins glowing. Some are half split, their torsos still ruptured around writhing pods. Others drag tendrils that pulse from their mouths like tongues. Reyes fires in sharp bursts, bullets tearing through skulls, but the husks only stumble before rising again. Chen screams as one claws at her arm. Jonah carves it down with a searing sweep of the cutter, sparks spraying across the corridor. "Move!" Reyes roars, firing another volley to clear the path. They force their way forward, step by brutal step, leaving smoking husks twitching on the deck behind them. But the ship itself resists. Doors sealing ahead, bulkheads shifting, vents spewing choking steam. Jonah slams his fist against the wall, teeth bared. "It's hurting us!" Reyes spits blood, raising her rifle again. "Then we cut through whatever it throws. Reactor or nothing." And still, beneath the chaos, the hum presses into their bones. Slow, steady, patient. As though the cathedral already knows they will fail. The bridge is a cathedral of red light. The spires beyond the viewport pulse brighter with every breath the vessel takes, as though the chamber itself listens. Kieran stands at the center. His chest glows faintly through blackened ridges, his eyes two voids rimmed in crimson. The husks kneel in a wide circle around him, their foreheads pressed to the deck, their bodies trembling with each pulse of the hum. Noor kneels close, clutching her pistol so hard her hand shakes. Her lips move in a whisper only he might hear. "Please, come back to me. Please." He tilts his head toward her, slow, deliberate. For a heartbeat she thinks she sees recognition, but when his mouth opens, the voice is not his own. "You are many." The husks stir, lifting their heads, their eyes glowing faintly red. "You are one." They rise to their feet in unison, their movements jerky but certain, like soldiers obeying a silent drill. "You will spread." The words vibrate through the bridge, shaking the deck, rattling the glass. Tendrils unfurl across the walls, writhing toward the husks. They open their arms, welcoming the roots that dig into their flesh, binding them tighter. The ship exhales, vents sighing as though pleased. Noor's chest caves with the weight of the moment. Her pistol trembles in her hand, barrel pointed at the boy's heart. Her tears blur his face, making him look young again for half a breath. She knows what he asked her to do, and she knows she may be the only one left who can. The stairwells groan as Reyes forces them downward, rifle tight in her grip. Chen limps at her side, pistol drawn, her sleeve soaked with blood from a graze she hadn't stopped to treat. Jonah follows close, cutter in hand, muttering curses through clenched teeth. The lower decks are a maze of ruin. Bulkheads ripple with faint red veins, as if the ship has grown muscle and skin over its bones. Vents exhale damp, metallic heat. Doors slam shut behind them, sealing their path forward, herding them like prey. A husk lurches from the shadows, half its torso split, ribs peeled open to cradle a pulsing black pod. Its mouth gapes, whispering Kieran's name in a wet rattle. Key. Ran. Reyes doesn't hesitate. She puts 3 rounds through its skull, the echo cracking through the corridor. The body collapses, twitching, the pod within pulsing faintly until Jonah carves it apart with a burst of searing light. They press forward. The deeper they descend, the less the Artemis looks like a ship at all. Pipes writhe like tendons. The deck flexes underfoot, slick with condensation. Red veins crawl across the ceiling, branching in patterns that look disturbingly like vascular systems. When they finally reach the reactor chamber, Reyes stops dead. It isn't a chamber anymore. The familiar sphere of the core, once smooth and humming with soft blue light, is now buried beneath writhing black growth. Veins pulse across its surface, pumping faint red glow into the walls. Glyphs crawl across the plating like living script, twisting and rearranging themselves faster than eyes can follow. Chen's breath catches. Holy God! Jonah grips the cutter tighter, his voice low and grim. That's not a reactor anymore. That's an organ. Reyes lifts her rifle, jaw clenched. Then we cut it open and make it bleed. The bridge is bathed in crimson, every surface pulsing with the rhythm of a giant, patient heart. The spires beyond the viewport throb in time, their glow spilling across the kneeling husks. And at the center stands Kieran. His chest glows faintly through the ridges of blackened flesh. His arms hang at his sides, veins bright as burning filaments. His eyes are voids rimmed in red, unblinking, endless. Nora stands a few paces away, her pistol raised, both hands trembling around the grip. Her breath catches with every second, as if the air itself resists filling her lungs. "Kieran," she whispers, "please, it's me. It's Nor. Look at me." For a heartbeat, nothing changes. The husks around them stir faintly, shifting in broken unison, their empty eyes fixed on him, waiting. Then his head turns, slow, mechanical. But when his gaze meets hers, the glow falters. Hazel flickers through. His lips tremble, barely forming the words. "Nor." Her chest breaks with the sound. Her grip on the pistol weakens, her knees threatening to fold. She takes one desperate step closer, tears burning her cheeks. Yes, it's you. Stay with me. Come back." But the glow surges again, crimson drowning Hazel, the vessel rising back through his throat. "You are the mouth. You will spread." The husks shift closer, their bare feet dragging across the deck. Their lips move in fractured echo. "You will Spread. Nor steadies her pistol again, sobbing as she aims at the boy she swore to protect. Don't make me do this, Kieran. Please, don't make me. His body jerks, torn between flickers of human and alien, as though both are fighting for the same breath. And the husks wait, silent, patient, ready to follow whichever voice emerges. The bridge darkens as if the light itself bends inward. Every console flickers, drowning in glyphs that rearrange too fast to read. The intercom hisses alive, layered with Kieran's breath. His chest pulses brighter. His voice rolls out, fractured yet deafening, carried through every wall. This ship is soil. The husks bow low. Tendrils writhe across the deck, coiling around ankles, wrists, throats. They do not resist. Through it, the seed spreads. The spires outside blaze, their glow shooting upward into the unseen reaches of the cathedral. The hum climbs higher, reverberating through the marrow of every survivor. Noor staggers back, clutching her chest. Her eyes dart to the consoles. The Artemis's schematics flash for a heartbeat before dissolving into alien script. Her ship, their home, pulses like a beating organ. Each star. The viewport flickers. For an instant, it shows not the chamber, but a spray of stars scattered across black, each one flaring with faint red glow, as if marked, claimed. Each world. The vision changes again. Planets, cities, oceans, alien and human alike, flicker into view, all draped in crimson veins, all breathing in the same rhythm. Each mouth. The image collapses into darkness, leaving only the vessel's glowing chest, his black eyes burning with red, until all are hollow. All are whole. The words crush the air, a weight that smothers hope itself. Noor's knees hit the deck. Her pistol clatters beside her, forgotten for a breath. Because she understands now. The Artemis wasn't prey at all. It was the vector, the mouth, to spread the hollowing beyond the stars. The door to the reactor chamber groans open like a throat. Rhea steps in first, rifle sweeping across the room. Her breath stutters at the sight. The reactor is no longer the humming, familiar sphere she's trusted for years. It has grown. Veins crawl across its surface, pulsing with crimson light. Glyphs writhe across the plating, never still, shifting like muscle contractions. Tendrils slither from the base into the walls, pumping heat into the deck. Jonah curses under his breath. It's not a machine anymore. It's alive. Chen limps to the threshold, her face pale with blood loss, her pistol steady despite her trembling hands. Then we kill it. Jonah shoulders the cutter, sparks spitting to life. Stand back. He drives the blade into the reactor's surface. The chamber screams. Not in sound, but vibration. An inhuman wail that rattles their teeth and twists their stomachs. The reactor pulses red hot, blasting waves of heat so intense the air ripples. Tendrils lash out. One whips across the deck, knocking Jonah sprawling. Another coils around Chen's leg, yanking her off her feet. She fires point blank into it, shots tearing black fluid. But the tendril tightens, dragging her toward the reactor's base. "Captain!" she screams, her boots scraping across the deck. Reyes fires 3 sharp bursts, severing the tendril. It recoils with a shriek, spraying fluid that sizzles against the deck. Chen gasps, clutching her bleeding leg, eyes wild with terror. Jonah scrambles back to his feet, cutter in hand. "It's defending itself." Reyes doesn't hesitate. She charges forward, shoving the muzzle of her rifle against the glowing veins. Her voice is raw, a snarl torn from deep inside her. Then we cut it down, no matter what it takes. The reactor pulses again, harder, brighter, as though answering her challenge, and the chamber closes around them like a fist. The bridge breathes. Every panel, every vent, every strip of light pulses in rhythm with Kieran's chest. The husks ring him in a wide circle, their blank eyes fixed on his glowing core, waiting. Noor's pistol shakes in her hands. She can hear her own heartbeat thundering louder than the hum, louder than the voice. Kieran. Her voice breaks, splintering into a sob. If there's any part of you left, tell me to stop. Tell me what to do. His head tilts toward her, slow, unnatural. The glow flares through his ribs. His lips part. We are the seed. The husks echo, a broken chorus. We are the seed. We are the seed. Noor steadies the gun with both hands, tears streaking her cheeks. Then I'll kill it. I'll kill you before I let them take you. Her finger curls against the trigger. Far below, the reactor pulses like a heart about to burst. Reyes braces herself against the heat, sweat dripping into her eyes. Chen lies half-conscious, blood pooling beneath her leg. Jonah kneels at the base of the reactor, cutter sparking as he carves into living metal that writhes under his touch. Reyes slams a fresh mag into her rifle, planting the barrel against a glowing vein. Her voice is hoarse but steady. This ship dies here, even if I go with it. The reactor answers with a pulse so violent it nearly knocks them off their feet. Jonah grits his teeth, shouting over the roar. Core's destabilizing! Captain, it'll take everything with it. Reyes presses harder. Good. On the bridge, Noor's finger trembles on the trigger. In the depths, Reyes prepares to fire. Both frozen, both balanced, as the ship holds its breath. And the chapter ends in silence. The bridge is heavy with breath, the ships, the husks, Noor's own ragged gasps. The crimson light pulses in slow rhythm, beating through bulkheads, through her bones, through the boy standing before her. Kieran. Or what was Kieran? His chest glows faintly, each pulse spilling red across his ribs. His eyes are voids rimmed in fire, yet his face is so young it makes her heart split. Noor's pistol wavers, her arms aching from the tremor that won't leave them. Her finger rests against the trigger, slick with sweat. Around them, the husks shift closer. Their lips move in broken chorus, each whisper cracked and wet. Key, ran, key, ran. The vessel tilts his head, gaze fixing her in place. When he speaks, his voice is layered, alien, infinite, but dragged through the throat of a boy. You are soil. Join us. Be whole. The husks edge closer, step by step, their empty eyes glinting in the crimson glow. Noor steadies her pistol on Kieran's chest, her breath shuddering. Don't, she whispers. Don't come closer. For a moment, nothing shifts. Then, flicker. The glow dims. Hazel flashes through the black, desperate and small. His lips tremble, breaking on her name. Noor. Her throat closes, tears spilling hot down her cheeks. I'm here. I'm right here. His body jerks, his chest heaving against something inside him. His voice cracks into a thin, human gasp. Please, pull it, before dash. The glow flares back, drowning the hazel. The vessel straightens, the alien voice booming through him, crushing the plea. We are many. You will spread. The husks fall to their knees in unison, arms raised. The deck thrums with their chant. And Noor's hand shakes harder, torn between love and mercy, between saving him and losing everything. The reactor chamber is a furnace. Heat roars off the core in waves, shimmering the air, scalding sweat down Reyes's face. The once smooth sphere is swollen with black ridges, glyphs crawling endlessly across its surface like veins of fire. Jonah drives the cutter deep into the living metal, sparks showering his arms. The reactor pulses against him, each throb threatening to hurl the blade free. "Core's unstable," he shouts over the roar. "Another push and it'll go critical!" Tendrils whip down from the ceiling, writhing like serpents. One lash across Reyes's shoulder, tearing flesh through her uniform. She spins, rifle barking, severing it in a spray of black fluid that sizzles when it hits the deck. Chen stumbles against the wall, pale as chalk. Her leg is slick with blood, her pistol barely steady, but her eyes burn with defiance. "Go," she gasps. "You and Jonah. Finish it." Reyes fires another burst into the writhing walls. "You're coming with us." Chen shakes her head, coughing blood into her sleeve. "I won't make it. You know it." Jonah tears the cutter free, panting. "Captain, she's right. The reactor's fighting us. Someone has to hold it down." Another tendril lashes, wrapping around Chen's waist. She screams, but her pistol snaps up, emptying into it until it loosens. She collapses to her knees, gasping, blood pooling around her. Her eyes lock on Reyes's. "Let me give you this. Please." Reyes's jaw clenches. She sees the truth written in Chen's pallor, in her shaking hands, in the determination still burning through the pain. Chen smiles faintly, teeth pink with blood. "Tell them. I didn't run." Another lash of tendrils erupts from the walls. Chen surges forward, hurling herself into the mass, firing until the chamber is drowned in light and screams. "Go," she howls. "Now." Reyes grabs Jonah by the arm, dragging him toward the core. Her chest burns with fury, grief, and something else, something like resolve. If this ship dies, it will die screaming with them. The husks kneel in their broken circle, whispering the vessel's chant. Noor's pistol trembles, locked on Kieran's glowing chest. Then a new voice cuts through the hum. "Stop!" Varga strides into the ring of husks, his robes torn, his face streaked with blood and sweat. His eyes blaze with something fiercer than fear, faith. He spreads his arms wide, his voice rolling through the chamber like thunder. "You would murder the chosen? You would slaughter the vessel that will deliver us?" Noor's tear-streaked face twists with fury. "He's just a boy. You've twisted him into this." Varga laughs, ragged and loud, his teeth bared in rapture. "He is no boy. He is proof. Do you not see? Through him we rise. Through him the mouth opens." He takes a step closer, planting himself between her and Kieran. His eyes gleam, pupils blown wide. "Shoot me instead, if you must. Let me be soil for the seed." The husks sway in rhythm, their whispers thickening. "We are soil. We are soil." Noor steadies her aim, her voice breaking. "Get out of the way, Varga." "Never." His smile widens. "If you kill him, you kill salvation. If you kill me, you prove the mouth was right to choose another." Behind him, Kieran's chest flares brighter. The vessel lifts his head, eyes burning with crimson fire, and the husks rise. They surge forward, not toward Noor, but toward Varga, arms outstretched, tendrils spilling from split mouths. His smile falters. He raises a hand, voice shaking now. No, no, I am yours. I am chosen. The husks fall on him. His scream is cut short as tendrils pierce his chest, splitting ribs, dragging him to the deck. His blood spills black in the crimson glow. The vessel does not look down at him. He does not need to. Varga was never chosen. He was only useful. And now he is gone. The bridge shakes with every pulse of the chamber. Varga's body twitches where the husks left it, already hollowing, tendrils burrowing deep. The husks rise again, circling Kieran, their empty eyes fixed on the glow in his chest. Noor staggers forward, pistol raised, her arms quivering. Her tears blur everything. Kieran's young face, the burning ribs, the endless black in his eyes. "Kieran," she whispers, her voice breaking. "If you're still in there, tell me. Tell me what to do." The vessel's head tilts, slow, unnatural. His lips part, and the alien voice booms through him. "We are many. You are soil. Through you, we spread." The husks echo, swaying. "We spread. We spread." Noor sobs, clutching the pistol tighter, finger tightening on the trigger. "Please. Just one more time. Please." And then, flicker. Hazel bursts through black, faint but desperate. His lips tremble, the words thin and human, breaking under the weight of the voice. "Noor. Do it. End it." Her knees nearly collapse. She steadies herself, both hands shaking around the gun. I can't lose you." "You already have." His voice cracks, almost drowned. "Please." The glow surges, drowning Hazel, the vessel rising through his throat again. "Now we rise!" The husks lift their arms in unison, chanting with one voice. Deep below, Reyes and Jonah cling to the reactor as it writhes and pulses. Chen's body lies slumped among the tendrils she dragged down with her. The heat scorches skin, peels paint from steel. Jonah slams the cutter into the core one last time, sparks showering across his face. "Captain, it's going critical!" Reyes braces herself against the railing, her rifle empty, her eyes locked on the glowing veins of the core. Her voice is low, steady, carved from iron. "Then we go with it." Jonah's eyes meet hers. He nods once. Together, they press forward into the blaze. On the bridge, Noor raises her pistol, the weight of it pulling her arm down. Her tears blur Kieran's face until he looks young again, fragile, lost. Her finger rests on the trigger. Everything holds its breath. The bridge trembles, every bulkhead pulsing in rhythm with the vessel's glow. Husks sway in worship, their whispers thickening into chant. Noor's hands shake as she grips the pistol, her chest torn between grief and fury. The boy she raised, gone, but flickering still, buried under the alien voice. Her finger pulls. The shot cracks through the bridge like thunder. Kieran jerks, light spilling from his chest as the round tears through him. For one heartbeat, the glow falters. Hazel eyes break through the black. His lips twitch, almost a smile. "Thank you." Then the crimson floods back, searing brighter, consuming him whole. The vessel does not fall. He rises. The husks scream in unison, voices breaking as their veins blaze red-hot. Tendrils lash across the deck, wrapping tight, pulling them closer to him. The bridge itself shudders, bulkhead splitting as black growth bursts through. Deep below, the reactor writhes, glyphs burning white as Jonah drives the cutter home. The chamber screams with vibration, walls flexing, veins splitting under pressure. Reyes plants both hands on the core, ignoring the blistering heat. Her voice is a whisper meant for no one but herself. "My ship dies with me." She slams the override. The core surges, brighter, brighter, until the light swallows them. The Artemis howls as fire and silence meet. On the bridge, Noor's scream cuts through the roar as Kieran's body bursts in blinding radiance, the husks collapsing into ash around him. The spires beyond the viewport flare, their glow shooting upward into the dark. In the depths, the reactor detonates, its last breath tearing against the alien flesh that held it. For an instant, everything is fire. For an instant, everything is gone. Then silence.